I have no idea. I just been sitting right here. Yeah.
Are you ready, Cheryl?
I can be. Let me get her fired up. It's not gonna make any weird noises.
Okay. Call to order. We are all here. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the agenda. We do have one change, 9A. We're going to, Christy's not able to be here today, so we're going to change that to 12:11. That's the emergency management update.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with that change and then adding item 13B, approval of the software contract registered use.
Support.
Support that.
Motion and support. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yes, opposed. Any discussion? Hearing none, motion passed.
Are you gonna add that to your software?
13.
Under
B.
13? Okay.
The approval of the minutes from November 13, 2025. I'd make the motion to accept those minutes as presented.
I'll second.
We have a motion in a second. Do you have any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, motion passes. Claims and accounts.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the claims and accounts from the period November 14th, 2025 through November 26th, 2025. Claims in the amount of $88,319.18. EFT in the amount of $156,208.47. Desk checks in the amount of $130,017.49 for a grand total of $374,545.14.
And I'll second. We have a motion in a second. Any discussion on claims? None? Roll call, please.
Brent,
Yes.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Hardy,
Yes.
Motier,
Yes.
LaRose.
Yes.
Motion passes. Limited public comment. Remain respectful and avoid personal attacks, but 3 minutes per person. Public comment. And if you would come forward and we need your name.
My name is Marcia Bolser, and I'm here in regards to the budget that they're proposing to approve. I would like to remind each and every one of our commissioners that we did have a proposal, a millage that was proposed at the last election, which was defeated by the residents of Montmorency County. I think that each one of these persons, each one of these commissioners sitting here are here to represent the people of their district. And I would encourage you to contact your commissioners, as I've done, about the proposed budget. I do not agree with the salary adjustments that are being proposed. 3% cost of living for all the employees is a great idea. I think that our sheriff and our undersheriff deserve to be paid at least the minimum of their other deputies, or the maximum of their deputies, and the rest of them I would really question.
Public comment.
Doug Morrison from Hillman. I'm here to not agree with the controller getting 43% increase in our wages. I think that's totally ridiculous, totally wrong. I think we're your board is in tough need of money. I mean, you cut back on some insurances for people. And now all of a sudden, you're gonna have an increase like that. I think it's totally nuts. You know, 4 years ago, you didn't even have a controller's office, and I think they ran the thing without the controller's office. I think what you need to do is you need to hire a secretary and cap it at 20 hours a week, pay it hourly. I think they could do the job as well as what the controller's doing. The controller did some good work for us when we had the problem with the ice storm, but now you have somebody that you're paying good money to take care of that. So that should take the stress off the controller's office. But I think you should drop the controller's office. The other thing I want to talk about is the public comment of 3 minutes. For a long time, you used to have 2 public comments. We have to talk now and can't talk about what you're going to talk about later on. But I have to talk about is something that happened in the previous meeting. I disagree with that. The other thing that I want to talk about is this Zoom. Do you guys realize when you're at the Zoom and people are watching it, they get to comment, but none of us get to hear the comment. The only person that gets to see the comment is April. April's not sharing that to the board of what the comments are of what's going on with the Zoom. So I feel sorry for the people that are on the Zoom and thinking they're having a voice. They don't have a voice. The next thing that I want to talk about is the agate situation in the appeals court. She lost the appeals court. It cost the county $800 in attorney fees. I don't think us taxpayers want to pay $800. I think the agate should have to pay that because she lost it. Now I see she's going to the Supreme Court. She filed it in October of 28. Same situation. If she loses it, we shouldn't have to pay our attorney fees. The other thing I want to talk about. I put my glasses on. Is the police lease cars. You guys leased 2 cars. You said you were going to lease them and you were going to see how it worked out. And you were going to come back and report to everybody from 3 years from now, to give you plenty of time to figure out how the lease card is going to work. Never heard a report, never heard anything about it. Now you want to lease 5 cars. Our sheriff stood up and said he don't even need any cars. So I think you need to let the sheriff be the sheriff and run his department. Same with the mechanic. The sheriff should be in charge of the mechanic. So I know I could keep talking on, but I heard the bell ring and it's time for me to quit. So thank you for your time.
Public comment?
Morning. I sat on this board for a couple of years.
Can you give your
And-
name, please?
Del Bolser,
Thank you.
thank you. And in terms of the new budget and the increase in the salary for our controller, is a lot. And it was a lot previously. We have struggled with this budget for years because of the size of our county. There are no other counties near our size that pay a controller because it's an expensive position. When we were working out the budgets in the past for the sheriff's department particularly, the controller was happy to point out that we should be doing things the way that Oscoda County does, because they're a small county, they don't have a big budget, and they can do it with this amount of money, and they're doing great things down there. I think that might have been questionable, but at the same time, she wanted to look at Oscoda County for what our budget should be. Their administrator at the same time was getting paid $45,000. So if you want to go to the lowest common denominator every time for the sheriff's department, or the clerk's office, or the treasurer's office, why don't we go to the lowest common denominator for our administration? I think the answer is obvious. I would just caution you about continuing to raise the salary of an administrator that has failed to develop a rapport with our elected officials in the entire time she has been here. I would suggest that looking at a different administrative role would be a good way to go. Thank you.
Public comment?
Lindsay Rogers, County Treasurer. Good morning, everyone. I'm speaking today because the process surrounding the proposed 2026 budget has fallen short of the transparency, communication, and respect that the public and county departments deserve. Departments were notified of significant changes with virtually no warning. Information was delivered Friday at 4 p.m., 3:58 to be exact, leaving only 2 days for our offices to gather data, review impacts, and prepare for today's discussion. A county budget is one of the most important responsibilities entrusted to this board. It determines how taxpayer dollars are used, which services can function, and whether departments can meet the needs of our residents. Rushing this process does not serve the public, it undermines it. The people of this county expect diligence, clarity, thoughtfulness, and open communication. Instead, what we have experienced is last-minute decision-making that leaves both elected offices and the public in the dark. When departments are not given adequate time to analyze budget proposals, they cannot provide accurate information. And when accurate information is missing, the board cannot make informed decisions on behalf of their constituents. The residents of Montmorency County deserve a process that reflects careful stewardship of their tax dollars. They deserve a budget that is debated openly, with time for public review, department input, and discussion. For these reasons, I'm respectfully requesting that the board table finalizing the proposed 2026 budget today. Doing so is not a delay, it's a responsibility. It ensures that decisions about public finances are made with full understanding and public trust. Commissioners, our constituents, rely on you to make decisions that are informed, thoughtful, and transparent. Taking the time to do this process correctly is an essential part of your duty. Thank you for listening, and thank you for considering this request.
Public comment? No further public comments. We have some special presentations today. And I would just like to comment before the presentation begins, to put into a little bit of perspective the wage concerns. What's been put out is a review. Today is our review. Nobody said it was being finalized today. If you were misinformed, I'm sorry about that, but this is for us to review. And it won't be discussed again for another 2 weeks. There is time to review these things. I'd also like to say it is good governance to look at our elected officials, our appointed officials, and give them raises every now and then. A wage study every 5 years really needs to be part of our plan. And it just needs to be planned and worked out. That's why you have a financial director. So without any further ado, building stability, investing in the future. Kelly Carroll.
Slides.
Good morning, everybody and commissioners. Before I start, I just want to say this, we're all here because we all care deeply about Montmorency County. The strong feelings we heard during public comment come from that place of caring, even when it shows up as frustration. For those of us who look to scripture for guidance, I'm reminded of Philippians 4:8, which urges us to focus on whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable. My hope today is that we can just set aside some of the negativity and choose to look together at what is true and constructive for the good of the county. I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for giving me this time on the agenda today and for allowing me to share this information with you and with the public. This first slide is titled Building Stability, Investing in the Future, and that really sums up what I'm here to talk about. I'm going to give a brief 10-year look at Montmorency County's financial journey, where we were when things were much more fragile, the steps that have been taken to rebuild stability and reserves, and where we stand today compared to our neighboring counties. My goal is not to argue with anyone, but to put some clear, independently verified numbers on the table, so we're all looking at the same facts. You'll see that this is a story of hard work and discipline by the board, the financial staff, and the county staff, and how that work has put Montmorency County in a stronger position to serve the taxpayers, employees, and local businesses going forward. Next slide. I'm here today really also on behalf of the County Republican Party to connect our conservative values directly to Montmorency County finances. It's easy to focus on problems, but today I just want to share some good news about the county's financial health. Good news I hope you'll keep in mind as you make decisions for the future. Next slide. I provided public comment back in September based on audit data from 2020 to 2024. Those key takeaways are listed here. The county really has achieved a complete financial turnaround, and I'll describe that more this morning. From a multi-million-dollar deficit to more than $1 million in savings, the county has about 53% of operating expenses on hand, and main liabilities are down more than 65%. And these are achievements almost unheard of for Michigan counties, considering rising inflation and healthcare costs. So the presentation today is a more comprehensive look going all the way back to 2015. Next. I'll cover a 10-year look back at all the annual audits, highlight trends in the financial data, discuss where we were and where we are now, compare our county's financial situation to other neighboring counties, and offer some key messages to taxpayers, business owners, and to county employees. Next slide. The first slide represents the total county revenue, which represents the overall size of the county's budget. It is a measure of fiscal capacity. The county's total revenue has increased from just under $6 million in 2015 to more than $9 million in 2024. Next slide. Okay, this is probably my busiest slide, but bear with me. The slide contains information that gives a picture of the county's financial stability. Let's start with the red bars you see here. The red bar is called the unassigned fund balance and measures financial stability and liquidity. It is the portion of the general fund's year-end balance that is not assigned to any purpose, but is available to cover the county's day-to-day operations or emergencies. It's what you have on hand. So why does that matter? It's a higher unassigned fund balance means more stability during harder economic times, an ability to handle emergencies without borrowing, and less taxpayer concerns. The red bar in 2015 circled on the left, and the red bar in 2024 circled on the right. Both represent about 53% of county expenses and is a very good indicator of financial stability. But there's a big difference between the 2015 and 2024. Let's talk about the blue bars now. The blue bar represents the unrestricted net position that is a picture of long-term financial health after accounting for all assets and liabilities, including pension and other post-employment benefits. That's the county's net worth. A negative unrestricted net position, all those blue bars pointing down, means the county's long-term obligations exceed available funding. Having a negative unrestricted net position representing the county deficit is a big warning flag and is a financial risk for the county and long-term retirees. So between 2015 on the far left and 2020 in the middle of the chart, we had multi-million-dollar deficits. Comparing 2015 to 2024, the two circled data points, the county has achieved a complete financial turnaround, not typical for a Michigan small county. What you want to see is positive red and positive blue. Next slide. Next, let's look more closely at those red bars, that short-term funding that the county has on hand to cover operating expenses if all funding stopped coming into the county. It is a key measure of financial stability. If we compare Montmorency County's financial stability to that of surrounding counties just in 2024, what we see is quite remarkable. The county has 53% of annual expenditures on hand. The national financial best practice standard for the unassigned fund balance is 15 to 25%. So our little county stands out amongst our county peers as it relates to our local financial safety net. This is a key indicator of financial stability, like I've said. The other counties are also within that standard, but many of them also have deficits, unlike our county. Next slide. Let's look at pension and other post-employment benefits like retiree health care. Like all counties, these are our biggest long-term financial challenges. The pension liability in red is what the county owes for future retirement benefits minus the assets already set aside. The OPEB liability in blue is what we owe for retiree health care that is not fully funded. The key takeaway is the line across the top. Total long-term benefit liabilities are about 1.5 million lower than in 2015. That's remarkable progress, especially as pension rules and life expectancy assumptions keep changing and pushing required savings higher for every local government in the state. Next slide. So how does the national economy affect our local budget and long-term retiree benefits? One key idea is the purchasing power of our dollar, how much your dollar can actually buy. We all feel inflation, but at its core, inflation is the expansion of the money supply. The more dollars in circulation, the less each dollar is worth. In 1913, when the Federal Reserve was created, you could buy about 30 Hershey candy bars for $1. By 2020, $1 might buy you a McDonald's coffee, and maybe not even that today. When Congress passes huge spending bills and bailouts, opinions differ on what should be funded. But the bottom line is this: every new wave of federal spending ultimately erodes the value of your dollar, and that directly affects our local costs and our long-term obligations. Next slide. This chart shows the rise of our national debt since 1940. In under 100 years, we've gone from less than 1 trillion to over 36 trillion in debt. That steeper the line gets towards the end, the faster we feel inflation in our everyday lives, which I think we can all attest to today. Next slide. So that inflation is translated to our county budget. As we think about employee pensions and benefits, remember that rising inflation will only make our financial challenges greater and everyone's dollars worth less over time. That's why it's in both taxpayers and employees' best interest to have high quality, competent financial staff. While many have questions the value of having competent financial staff, the honest question is, well, what's the alternative? No one else is qualified to navigate these complex financial regulations, and an outside contractor would almost certainly cost more and care less about this community, the people, or the employees. The long-term financial health of the county matters far more than short-term disagreements. Next slide. As I wrap up these data slides, this one highlights the county's budget stabilization fund, a voluntary rainy day fund created around 2020-2021 to help cover unexpected costs or smooth the budget in a downturn. In less than 5 years, the county has set aside nearly $500,000, which shows strong financial planning and that we're truly living within our means. No other Northeast Michigan county has a fund like this. It reflects this board's and the staff's commitment to long-term financial health over short-term spending and to keep our promises on pensions, healthcare, and core services. This is real credit to the financial team and the board and the staff for recognizing the importance of saving now for the pressures we know are coming in the future. Finally, my last data point, Montmorency County supports about 1,000 residents per 1 million in revenue. That's more revenue per person than Alpena, Sheboygan, Ogama, and Presqu'île. And while Alcona and Oscoda have fewer residents per 1 million, their overall financial positions are much, much weaker. In short, you are both efficient and conservative with your budget. So what are key takeaways? Next slide. Key takeaways from all this data. The county has gone from being very financially fragile and uncertain to being financially stable. The county has gone from multi-million-dollar deficits to having sound savings and positive balances. Over the last 5 years, the turnaround demonstrates that the county is now living within our means. And compared to other counties, Montmorency County is a model of small rural county fiscal stewardship. Everyone should be happy to share this good news. So when I say relative to other counties, let me highlight a few key points. Montmorency County has the strongest rainy day fund and the smallest county. Montmorency County is in a financially stable position, while others are in deficits. Montmorency County is the only county with a budget stabilization fund. And Montmorency County is a strong, stable revenue support per resident. And our county is the only county that is strong on 4 key financial metrics, demonstrating strong financial stability. Next slide. Taking all this data and analysis, let's translate this into key messages for taxpayers. Montmorency County is living within its means. Reserves are well above recommended best practices, giving a healthy safety net. Our overall financial position is stronger than many neighboring counties, while some peers are still in the red. We are the only county that is strong on 4 key metrics that I just mentioned that demonstrates strong financial stability. The Budget Stabilization Fund and reduced long-term liabilities protect essential services along with employee and retiree benefits. Conservative financial management and competent financial staff and board members have built stability even through challenges like inflation. Next slide. And what does this mean to employees and retirees? Your work is supported by a stable, responsibly managed budget, not a crisis-driven or year-to-year fix. Improving pension and OPEB obligations show the county's commitment to honoring benefits for current and future retirees. Stability provides more certainty for your retirement benefits that did not exist 5 to 10 years ago. Montmorency's stronger position than many neighboring counties makes long-range planning easier, supporting staffing, training, and equipment needs over time. Staying disciplined and spending in reserves today is what lets leadership invest in all of you and your departments for tomorrow and gives taxpayers a sense that we have confident staff. Next slide. So how about our business community? A strong fund balance and positive net position make Montmorency a low-risk, predictable place to do business. Compared with other counties in the region, Montmorency is better positioned to maintain county services that your businesses depend on. Conservative fiscal practices send a positive message to lenders and partners. By protecting financial stability now, the county can be a stronger partner in the future and support local jobs and growth. Next slide. In summary, the county's strong financial health clearly reflects our Republican principles. You are living within our means, setting aside long-term savings, and making financial information transparent and available to the public. You've shown fiscal accountability by eliminating multi-million-dollar deficits, planning for retiree benefits, and building a safety net. And by avoiding high-risk financial situations, you're helping to protect local control for the future. So just a few closing thoughts. In 2015, Montmorency County looked okay on paper, but was in a fragile place beneath the surface. Over the past decade, you've dug out of that hole. By 2024, the county not only maintains a 53% fund balance, far ahead of your neighboring counties, but also significantly strengthened the unrestricted net position, created a budget stabilization fund, and reduced pension and OPEB liabilities. That is a real financial turnaround. This didn't just happen. It reflects deliberate choices by the board, the financial staff, and county departments to live within our means, tackle long-term obligations, and protect reserves. It's a record of conservative fiscal stewardship that deserves recognition and serves as a model for other small rural counties. As we close, I'm reminded of Romans 12:18, which calls on all of us to live at peace with everyone as far as it depends on you, and 1 Peter 4:10, which reminds us to use our gifts to serve others. Each of you brings different gifts and perspectives, and we are facing difficult times, economic times, likely in the future. My hope is that you will see the value in this data and the hard work behind it, and that we move forward together as good stewards of Montmorency County, respecting our differences and keeping the well-being of our community at the center of every decision we make. Thank you very much.
Number 9 has been tabled. That's the emergency manager report. Committee reports, please limit the comments to committee business only. Michelle?
Yeah, so I was traveling and off for a while, so the only meeting I have to report on is the FPS meeting, which happened on Monday. We discussed the Register of Deeds software contract, which is time sensitive, and that's why it was added to the agenda today. And then, this one was actually highly attended by some elected and appointed officials. There were multiple comments, feedback on the budget process, some similar to what the treasurer had commented on, just being too rushed, only 4 days to review the draft budget, which included the weekend. Concerns about changes to stipends and reporting requirements, and then some concerns that certain changes weren't discussed in the budget committee meetings. So that was discussed at the finance meeting as well. That's the only one I have to report on.
Just the landfill meeting and more of the usual.
Okay.
Lagoon levels are good and tonnage and yards are about the same that we've been taking in, and no major changes. No.
And I had the FPS and then
I wasn't
DH.
there. Oh, you there?
I had the FPS and then DHD4. And I'll just comment on DHD4. And just to put in a little perspective, the operating, health officer, that position is yet to be filled. We now have a date. You said December 5th. We're going to be doing some interviews, so that we're moving forward in that aspect. There was a couple things though that were discussed. The Eagle was doing an on-site evaluating the water well process, but that did not look to be a problem, but they were making those reviews. The immunization waiver, if parents aren't going to immunize their children for school, there is a waiver now. It is accessible all online versus having to make an appointment. We discussed strategic planning and different trainings that were going to be taking place here in the next couple of weeks. We did decide that we went with the 5% allocation. April was given that information, and we were given an updated budget. And I gave April that information on the 5%. And there was a few other things that were mentioned. The environmental health program, they're monitoring that. It is not as self-sustaining as previously thought. So looking at possibly some fee adjustments in the future. The reimbursement that might need to go back for the Medicaid. It appears that we're not going to need to reimburse for 22 or 23. There's possibly some reimbursement that the health department will have to do for 2024, but we have not heard back from the state at this point, unless you had.
That's correct.
Still pending. We have applied for increased money in the harm reduction grant, and that's more related to suicide prevention and those kind of things. We had a big meeting, and we discussed one possible program that is not financially sound. Well, it doesn't establish a benefit necessarily to DHD4, and they're looking at maybe not making that an essential program. It is not an essential program, and possibly turning it over to a different entity at that point. I think lots of notes. Yep, I think that was it on the health department. Controllers report.
We have the MEDC grant and generator purchases. Those are getting delivered to the Tri-Township Fire Department on December 1st, and we'll be distributing them to the business owners on 12/5 from 3:30 to 6. Sarah is working on the finalized list. She was still having problems with one of the business owners getting the information back from them, so she's got to figure out if she has to replace that person or if they're going to get that information back to them. So hopefully we have a finalized list here so we can distribute on the 5th. FEMA public assistance, we submitted the appeal with MSP support. We're waiting on receipt of the funds from the FEMA grant and final determination on the appeal. that appeal was they were trying to say that the time that our board members spent in the EOC and at our shelters was not eligible, but MSP supported that it should have been because you guys were all here. We didn't have an emergency manager and you're working, so that's what they're appealing on that. The sheriff's department facility and tech upgrades. I met with Chad. We're getting a quote on the tree removal at the sheriff's department, so hopefully we'll have that taken care of here soon. We're gonna have figures for the fiscal 26 budget for other upgrades that need to happen out there. We'll get estimates, but it won't happen until next year after our conversation. That's what we decided on. And we also are looking at some different grant opportunities for tech upgrades out there as well. MEDC grant, food bank. Sarah and I met with MEDC on this and the Eastern Food Bank because there was a lot of community input. We had calls from the pantries in the area. We didn't like the fact that this money was just going blanket to the food bank because then we didn't really know what counties it was going to and how it was going. And the food bank was trying to claim that they already expended some money that they wanted to be reimbursed for, and that. And we said, no, this was specifically for food for the 12 counties after the fact to replenish those pantries. After a long conversation with MEDC, they were in agreement that they would like to see brand new food purchase for the pantries. So I'm working with both the Eastern Food Bank and the Western Food Bank so we can make sure all 12 counties are hit. And we'll make sure that the money is distributed evenly to all 12 counties. And it's specifically for food purchases for those pantries in those areas. So we're doing a little bit more legwork on our end here so we can make sure that it's not just going to the food bank and then those counties don't actually see what they would like to see.
So that includes even the little pantries.
Yep. We want to make sure. They sent me, I asked the food banks to send me a customer list that they use for who they distribute to already. So then we can find out if there's any pantries in all of our counties that aren't on that list. So we can make sure that they're getting something too. So we want to make sure that they're not just a core of them getting it, that everybody's getting it. So we're working on that.
Can you share that list when you get it?
The customer list
Yeah,
for all 12 counties.
yeah, well, for our county. I'd be
Yeah.
interested in seeing it on the list for our county.
Yeah. We have a EPS bids in and I have them set up. He's supposed to be setting a meeting up with Chad out at the sheriff's department to look at updating their door access and getting updated cameras out there. So hopefully we can tie them all in together with those quotes. I don't know for sure. They have a date scheduled yet, but they were working on it. We're going to be looking at emergency generator options. Got to get information from Irma if we can get the other building set up with the emergency generator. No date yet for the after action report meeting. I'm waiting for information from Andrew and Darren on that, and waiting on an update on the interim fire policy from Judge Black. And then I sent out the attorney contracts for parental and LGAL to be reviewed by the 3 attorneys that we use for the county, and there's no changes to those. I had on here the ROD, but we're going to put that on the other part of the agenda. I just wanted another note. There's a lot of questions about budget process, and we start our budget process in September. We try to go a little earlier. This ice storm pushed us back a little bit, but a request form goes out to all the departments for them to put down what they would like in their budget for each department. And then they submit them back to me. I combine all those requests together and we put it on a requested column of the budget. And that keeps all the wages and everything as it is. But then I also do a recommended budget off of that takes an option for a COLA for all of our non-union and union contracts. I also put in any contract increases that we are going to see from all of our contributions we have to do, or our Department of Health department, our community mental health, anything like that. I also have to count for any of our health insurance renewals, which this year our health insurance premium rate is being renewed at 28.3%. So we're looking at options of if we can switch to a different provider or not. So we put all that together, and then all that goes back out to the departments to be reviewed. So if there's any changes in their departments, they can set up a meeting with the budget committee to go over those changes. In the budget committee, we met with the clerk, we met with the treasurer, we met with the sheriff department, and we met with probate and district court. I think that was the only ones that had set up budget times. Everybody else was okay with their recommended budget. And after we do those budget committee reviews, then we take in consideration the things that they talked about. We make other changes. We go over by line with their departments, and then we put it all back together. and we review it and we put it back out as a proposed budget to go to you guys for this meeting. And this meeting is where we talk about it. It's the full board and then it gets final numbers tentative to go to the public hearing on the 11th. So that is the process. This has been going on for a few months, more than a few months. That's it for my report.
No discussion items.
I had a couple questions on that report. Has the camera demo been scheduled yet?
Nope, I haven't got anything back from Common Angle on them.
Okay, and then do we get any questions or comments from the attorney yet on policies?
Nope.
Unfinished business. Proposed budget review. So this is just a review. Place to discuss.
Well, it looks like
What
I
we have.
first on the agenda, it has to be on the agenda for the budget as well as the court security request. So I'd like my opportunity to speak as to my court budget as well as the court security budget request. So that was what I asked to be on the agenda for today, because it appears most of the changes are reflected in my budgets. So if I may present my case as to court security first, and then I'll move on to my other budgets. So I'll start with court security. As you know, I sent you all a memo. I provided a copy to the court clerk so that she can have it for the records, which detail my stance on the court security issue and budget. And I'm glad to make it available to anyone who requests it. I don't know really why it's not listed as a budget line item in the budget committee's recommendation. It's not even referenced in the memo that the controller provided as to the reasons for the budget committee's decisions. It's as if my request just vanished into thin air, which is really quite amazing to me. You can choose to fund court security or not. I've asked for a specific fund and designation in the budget for many reasons. What I want to stress is that I find it to be a very significant and important issue that needs funding if we are going to take it seriously and take responsibility. As I said before, if there is no budget, it's just a wish list that continues being unfulfilled. We've already had emergency situations here where our sheriff at one point was almost shot. We've had to chase someone down into the basement because of his resisting and obstructing arrest over a safety search. And just recently, I had a situation in my courtroom that luckily the deputies were there to prevent. I reviewed that with the budget committee. We've had a person roaming in the building when the doors were supposed to be locked and the building was closed. It's a serious issue. I've now asked for your help. Safety of our public and staff isn't going to go away. If you choose not to fund it, we will never properly secure the building the way it should be. You have $80,000 from the treasurer's DTRF surplus. She offered it up at the last security meeting as available funds. It won't even affect your general fund for 2026. I'm asking that you use this surplus to create a fund for court security. There are also grants available, as far as I understand. It's been discussed by the controller, but we've never obtained any as of yet for court security that I'm aware of. The decision is yours to make. I'm asking that you as a board create the funds so that we can move forward with real change. I don't want a situation to occur and it be the court security's problem or Judge Green's fault because something wasn't done. Because I've asked for funding, I've asked for help, and now I'm asking specifically that you create this fund for court security. And you have the funds available. Heck, I knew that there was a budget stabilization fund, but apparently there's even an unassigned fund balance. There's 2.7 million remaining in the general fund after allocations in the budget. How do you not fund court or building security for the safety of the staff here? So I'm asking again that it be created and funded. As to the district court budget, I believe that's agreed upon now as of late yesterday afternoon. I do not know because I have not seen any updated budget numbers. But I understand that the stipend for Kristen will be rolled into her salary and that Shanna will be upgraded to a level 5 in pay scale to reflect her duties as deputy magistrate. If that's the case, I don't need to go into the details of stipends and the argument I was going to make about all of that. So if that is what the proposal is and they seem satisfied with that, then that's fine with me. If you need further information on the significance of the magistrate's duty, then please review the letter provided by Judge Black, which goes into the details as to why that stipend existed. As to probate, I'll first address the wages related to Jody Gordon. I believe a significant error was made back in 2022 when the district court clerk administrator and the probate registrar were placed in the grade and step wage scale formula. They are appointed officials and should be in the same category of elected and appointed officials. Specifically, the probate register is an appointed physician under statute, MCL 600.833. She was appointed to this position in 2007 and became a salaried employee then. They have to say no. They have to agree to follow the laws of the state of Michigan. They're sworn in, just like the sheriff was sworn in, just like the deputy is sworn in, and just like other appointed officials. Back in 2022, Jody did send the controller an email asking why she wasn't moved to the salaried area. It was never really resolved, but we didn't make an issue of it back then because the total wages were satisfactory based on the stipend and the wages that she was receiving. But technically, she and Kristen should be listed alongside all the individuals included in the elected and appointed list in the controller's November memorandum, and they're not. When I referenced that, I was told they're not appointed. They are. I have the statute. They're appointed. We can either delve into the stipend issue related to Ms. Gordon, or I can address it briefly. The only stipend I can see in the budget, the entire budget that was recommended for complete elimination was Ms. Gordon's. So we either discuss the stipend or we address it as compensation. The court administrators should be at equal wage, just as the elected clerk, treasurer, and register of deeds are of equal pay. Their job duties are somewhat different, but they have the same pay because that's their position. My court administrators are both court administrators and they should have equal pay. They are both essentially the CEOs of their respective courts. If it helps, because it seems like it may. I did speak with Chief Judge Black numerous times and again last night, and he is in support of my compensation request. On top of that, Jody has managed to save the day for this board many times when it came to setting up your recording for board meetings. Even today, again, my offices are called when you have problems. She saves the day for circuit court because no one is here to set up their Zoom and recording devices for Judge Black. She saves the day for district court when we have communication problems. She handles the computer issues with circuit court. She created the remote proceedings process we all rely on, and in fact, is used throughout the state when COVID hit in 2021. She manages the ADA issues within all the courts. She manages technology issues whenever the prosecutor, staff, or other court participants ask to use our technology for their trials. And she's our only certified court recorder. This is why in 2022, the board finally agreed to provide an additional $8,000 stipend. And now, just 4 years later, though nothing has changed, her stipend is the only one the controller is seeking to eliminate. The only one. A rollover, just as what is being provided to the district court, is acceptable if that is easier for payroll to eliminate the stipend. Just as the controller is seeking a rollover of her veteran services stipend, even though it's not listed in the budget anywhere as a rollover, she's seeking that, even though there's not even a grant that exists to pay that stipend anymore. That grant was eliminated due to errors, I think, of this the county. So anyway, I'm asking that same consideration be given and the stipend be rolled over to Ms. Gordon's wages. And just so that you do know, the wage of the probate registrar in Presque Isle County, which is most like our courts, is $58,900. She has less experience than Jody, who's been with this court system for approximately 20 years. Removing the stipend without adjusting her wages will put her wage at approximately $48,000, below the part-time equalization director, who receives, according to the current request, $53,000 for 16 to 20 hours a week. And I'm not begrudging her salary, but we need to make sure that it's fair across the board. So quite frankly, I think that this request and this recommendation, without any discussion with me, is a slap in the face. So I'm asking for a salary equivalent to the district court administrator. Both Kristen and Jody have been employees for approximately 20 years. Their institutional knowledge and abilities to maintain these courts efficiently and professionally is beyond compare. Further, if you are issuing wage increases of upwards of 45%, I wouldn't be against adjusting those salaries by the same percentage. In the controller's memo of November 21st, in support of correcting elected and appointed officials' wages, she stated that she had an ongoing responsibility to ensure the county maintains competitive and equitable compensation practices. That is what I'm seeking. The only person not receiving that consideration is Ms. Gordon. Likewise, I find it insulting to my staff and really the rest of the county employees that they get a small 3% COLA increase when there's 2.7 million in the general fund after revenues and appropriations, 500,000 in a budget stabilization fund, and apparently some other funds, and a recommendation of $100,000 more in salaried wages. I support increases to the salaried positions, at least some of them, and I understand that the adjustments are because they were significantly underpaid in the past. I'm just suggesting that we look across the board as to what those wages should be, and at least provide the union and non-union workers the same 5% increase. You have the funds available to do it. You should also consider the non-union employees in that COLA increase. As to my budget adjustments, again, I don't see any significant adjustments to the budget for district court other than the wages we just talked about. Hotspots and phones I'll talk about in a moment. The probate court, however, has been denied a requested adjustment, several, but the first one is for approximately $6,750 and was instead allocated $1,000 to the services budget line. In looking at other budgets, I don't see any other departments affected in the same way. At first, I thought the clerk's office had a significant reduction in their line item wages, but apparently that was an error made by the controller in the budget, and I'm assuming that was probably corrected. So we're back to it just being the probate court being affected. In the probate budget, however, the controller specifically notes that the increase of $5,750 to the services line is a large amount. It is surprising to me that is considered a large amount, as many departments show an increase of quite a bit more. This is significantly less than the $100,000 in wage increases. This is significantly less than the $45,000 transferred to veterans services. Again, I'm not asking that you cut those services, they're very important. I'm just comparing $45,000 from the general fund apparently, plus the $6,000 for wages, is being lost, a lost grant. So you're making it up with general fund money. And yet you're saying no to my $5,750. Not even a reference to that error or problem is in the budget recommendations. Yet a request for $5,750 is so large an amount that it should be denied. Further, the budget transfer policy states that the department and controller can use up to $10,000 to adjust budget issues without board approval. So I don't know how $5,000 is a large amount. The other comment is that of that $5,750, approximately $3,500 of it is not a guaranteed expense, and so it should just not be part of the budget. That we are just speculating that it's a potential increase. We were told if it happens to just spend the money and it'll be adjusted later. I prefer to make the request as part of the budget and have it in my budget. Those funds, the $3,000 in particular, relate to guardianship and conservatorship fees, and the $400 to $500 relate to visiting judge fees that we anticipate we will be incurring in 2026. We've been very diligent in avoiding these costs over the years and in avoiding employing a full-time or part-time public guardian and conservator that many courts employ. However, we did just learn that the company that we usually appoint in these matters is freezing future appointments, and just yesterday refused to accept a very serious guardianship appointment that we have. There's no family members to do it. It's a very significant issue. There's no money in this person's funds to pay for his own guardian. So if there is no one to advocate for these incapacitated individuals, we have to supplement that cost of an appointed guardian and conservator. To deny this cost because it is not guaranteed is a bit ironic when the controller is doing that very thing on page 9 of the budget, wherein she is scheduling $8,000 in potential costs for a potential camera system and contracts. And in another part of the budget, creating a new unfunded fund related to emergencies. I don't disagree with her in upgrading those matters and creating potential funds. I do disagree that the potential costs she has can be wrapped into a line item that she deems important, but not the probate court that finds it very necessary to add those costs into its budget. Not spent, the money's still there. Especially when I find out you have all of these budget stabilization funds and unassigned fund balances that would be available, more than enough to cover this $5,750. When this was discussed with the budget committee, Ms. Hamlin, you understood our position. We had a lot of discussions about that. And you even looked at the controller. I was there. You said, so are we adding this in? She said, no, we're keeping it at $1,000. You said, okay. I just don't understand how that was the end of the discussion. We also have a court website for district court, probate court, and circuit court information. It's a critical part of our operations, especially when COVID hit and courts closed to the public except remote proceedings. Ms. Gordon created the system and procedures for the remote proceedings. They are maintained in the court website, and they're not going away. We need them every day. It's a critical part of our website, which Ms. Gordon also created and maintains. We also maintain docket information, case search, and various updates that are managed and have been managed by Ms. Gordon, though she was not compensated for this work for the last few years, and she performed it on her own time. This is outside of her job requirements. She did, at the beginning of this, we had an MSP grant that everybody agreed would be used to pay for the initial construction. And thereafter, every time we requested the ongoing fees for revision and maintenance, the board has denied it. I can contract with an outside specialist to run the website if you prefer. I'll do that. It's going to cost you a lot more than the $2,000 that Ms. Gordon is requesting. It's a fair and reasonable amount. The $350 that's referenced in the line item is an expense for the hosting company, not for Ms. Gordon. This is not a stipend, it is a service, and it is for all the courts. This is not a county website. It is a separate and independent website. I find it necessary to maintain so I can be sure the information reflects the court's position. I have no intention of turning this over to the county, as it is important to maintain separate controls over court information. If you prefer to hire a third party, I'll send out for quotes, but it'll take time. So I ask that you approve the budget for now, and we review and discuss it for the 2027 budget. If it is not funded, the website will most likely close and access will be limited. That will be a disservice to this community that looks at that on a daily basis, uses it to get into the remote proceedings. I use it to get into the remote proceedings. Thousands of people click on this website in a year. So that again is I need to decide. The part-time probate staff assistant position, for some reason, this position does not even show up in my requested portion of the budget. It shows as 0, although I've always requested that that position be continued. So it's not even properly reflecting my request in the budget. This position, unfortunately, we had to terminate somebody in approximately August and need to fill this position. It's approximately $23,000. We're waiting for the controller to input the wage information as she always does into the budget. She did not. I am requesting that it be included. It has been a position with the probate court before my time, before 2021. I didn't create it. It's an important function for our office and allows us to properly man the service counter as well as manage the files, calls, and processing of petitions. It was and has been a budgeted item for at least 5 years. The workload in my office has not changed. I ask that it continue, especially again in light of the funds that are clearly available to manage and maintain the office. I'm not asking for something new. I'm asking just to maintain my budget. I already made a request to the budget committee about and gave information regarding the hotspots and phones. I provided a memo regarding the need for them and have already supplied a copy to the county clerk for that purpose. Both of my office administrators and myself do significant after-hours work. Ms. Cheedy is magistrate, gets calls and paperwork at all hours of the night and day. Ms. Gordon gets calls many weeknights and weekends about mental health and emergency guardianship matters. Sometimes they are not at home or need a more secure connection that is provided by the hotspot. I've had to work remotely for medical reasons or court assignments. The past first 7 months of this year, I had to be in Alpena covering for the chief judge. I get assigned by scale to go to other courts. I'm not always here, but I always have to check in remotely. I have to review the on-base program through my computer system. I sometimes travel and still provide services and work, and I attend conferences on many occasions. I don't have internet service at my home. I don't. My use of the hotspot provides the secure and readily available services at any location I or my staff may be. I'll give you an example. You can see I'm walking around on medical shoes. I was severely injured. I was out of the office for 8 days, 3 in the hospital, 5, I was told I had to stay home and completely off my feet. I did not stop working. I utilized the Zoom process, the internet, the website that we have. I attended my district court, my veterans court, all of my court proceedings. I did the arraignments that needed to be done. I did it all through the use of the hotspot. That's what I had. I had to stay at a location where I did not have the internet. That was where my care provider was for those 5 days. I'm still disabled. I don't know how long this is going to be or what that means in terms of my ability to always be here at the courthouse. It happens. It's happened for other people as well. So if you choose to delete it from the budget, I may not be able to remote work. That means hiring a visiting judge every time I can't be here. Visiting judges are $450 a day. Some are more. So be prepared for those additional costs if I don't get that service. Services will be disrupted. It is completely unfair to expect that they need to fund those costs related to after hours work in this county. We use our phones constantly. Just so you know, I received almost 1,000 document requests this year between multiple counties, most done by phone. At one point, you deemed it acceptable. If now you don't, it's up to you. It's a minor amount of the budget, but if you, but I can tell you, I don't intend to keep records of it. My time's busy, my staff's time is busy. We're doing the work. The work is confidential. And it's not to be disclosed to third parties, so I'm not going to have them keep records of when they use the phone or when they use the hotspot. From what I can see, at a minimum, the recommendation by the budget committee reflects a loss to the probate court budget of over $30,500. Approximately a third of the funds needed to pay the raises for everybody else. No other department has cuts of that significance. So yes, I'm taking it very personal, as you can see in my tone and in my passion about this, because it's going to affect the ability of my courts to function. So I'm requesting that you approve the $6,750 for the probate budget services line item, that the part-time position remain funded for probate court, that the wages of Kristen Sheedy and Jody Gordon are equalized at the approximate $60,000 wage, that Ms. Furman be promoted to the grade 5, and that the other staff receive at least a 5% COLA increase, that the stipends would then be eliminated, that the hotspots and partial phone reimbursements continue, and as for the resolutions that are pending, they would no longer be relevant to my courts. I will say that our greatest resources are employees. They are not a liability. They are not just a budget line. They create the homes within our community that pay the taxes that support our county budget. They provide the direct contact and services for the public. They are essential, and we should invest in them. We should be providing an encouraging environment and supporting their efforts. And we should be addressing equity and pay across the board. Thank you. If you have questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
10-minute recess. Dawn. I would take another one.
I'll email you, because I can email you, but I think I gave you guys. I'll make it go back.
Right, yes, I think we can done it.
I have no idea. One shot.
Did you tell her real short?
No, we did. So, one of our little guys coming in. 45.
It's like a handwritten. And so I got it copied and waiting up through the window for Nikki to bigger. Oh, she was up there. I had it all ready and she tells Anna, I can see it. I bet you that piece of paper. Erica, what is it?
Break yourself.
I still haven't cleaned out. It's.
It got hot last night.
Did anybody else get that last night? It got hot. It went up to 74 degrees. It said it's 7 because all the body heat in here.
I'm freezing.
I'm warm. I know, I am too. I thought, like, is this me or? No, my face. It's probably red still. No,
I'm freezing.
I'm okay. Just, I know I'm warm.
Yeah.
But
I'd like a, I'd like
Yeah, well,
the 11:25. Yeah.
Wait, if you stand there and do that,
Yeah.
cool it down,
See you.
I won't be able to see you.
I'm sure.
I was gonna tell you after that.
I know.
But you
I'm
didn't give me,
trying to do better.
you didn't give me a
I
chance.
know. 'Cause
I have to earn
I
my
think you
keep.
told me every hour, take a break.
Right.
I have to earn my keep. Just
You have to
a
keep
lot
on
of probate. I have a question. Do we? Can you come up here a second?
Yeah. Because he's right.
Yeah,
So it's great.
My Medicare went up from 170 to 200 something. My supplement went up 120 a month. You know, and I'm only getting a 3%.
For attorney.
I know, all that money's mine. No shit. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't my money. My supplemental, the same plan.
The pages changed.
I think Michelle.
So you're not gonna get that. You did a good job with that beekeeper presentation.
I think there was something else that I was gonna say, but I thought that
Good job.
was making it.
Very good.
Hopefully once we get
I
an actual, hopefully between those two.
That's 120%.
Okay, so much of that. You know, there, that for That's experience.
Literally got our work, drove 50 minutes, came here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read.
Oh, you all have. One, two. Even if you can't do the position. It's just so weird as like,
All right, y'all, so who's cooking turkeys?
What, you got into an accident, was it a car accident?
I wish it was something like that. 'cause
You're
it's
color
much
coordinating
more
at least.
embarrassing. I try to hide it. But they say I sound like the river dancers when I click around, because it clicks a lot. It was just, I damaged every toe with the injury that basically created sores on the so I can't have it touch the ground until my toes.
So from dancing?
No.
Well, I didn't
Say,
hear.
man, you danced the jig, didn't you?
No, just, silly injury, but no, now the shoes, the way they click, they said it sounds like a river dancer. But no, so it's been over a month and a half, and I got infections because, like, within 2 days of the injury. So it wasn't like I delayed getting help, but, so that, I had to have antibiotic IVs for 3 days. And they sent me home.
Did you have sugar too? If you have sugar, that makes it even worse.
Creates it slower.
Yes, yep.
So it could be another month, it could be 2 months, they don't know. And, yeah, I had like last October, it's always in October. Last October, I was hospitalized because of medication problems that caused me to get major dehydration and vertigo, and boy, that was like 5 years. That wasn't even related to anything I did, it was just medication. But hopefully it'll be okay. I stopped by Turkey this year. I usually go home to my family's in the Detroit area. And
I'm going back and forth on the weather. I think I'm not, because mine's down around Mount Pleasant area. So you gotta go right down the middle, that's where it's.
And I'm not going this year either, because
They were waiting,
I actually not supposed to be on my beach.
they were waiting for Saturday for me to come down, and I'm thinking, that's like one of the first times where it's come up. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna, I might save my I've been invited to several dinners, but I'm not sure I even wanna.
I just have to go around the corner to mine. That's it. Just gotta go to my sister-in-law's around the corner. There you go.
And, the church in Lewiston is having a lunch, so maybe I'll go. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird holiday season for me this year, because usually we do. And then I'm gonna get a little lonely, because I know the rest of my family's gonna be doing the dinner.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see. But it is nice to have 2 days. Kind of. Keep my feet up, do a few things around my house, maybe. Every year I say I'm gonna do Christmas cards. And I used to do them pretty regularly. And somehow it just fell off my to-dos. Yeah.
Surprises, let us know. Did my Christmas.
The problem is I'll probably get 100 of them back as not deliverables, because everyone's changed their address.
Oh, absolutely. Can't find it.
No, I don't even know where my address book is. I know it's somewhere in my drawer.
Good luck.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I just.
No, you're good. Cheryl.
Okay.
Back in session.
I'm back in.
Budget committee notes for review.
That little belly going along pretty well, so.
We're back in session.
We're back in session.
Budget committee notes. Okay, after going over budgets with everybody, there was just some notes that we talked about getting to give you guys updates on or to ask questions about. SRO grants, we are not currently getting anything for these in 2026. So if there's any updates on those, we'll have to figure that out throughout the year, but there's nothing budgeted for that this year. The maintenance mechanic position for Bernie is now 100% out of the 101,302, and the maintenance service clerk, Delisa, is 100% out of the 101,301. We're not allocating 50% of those salaries anymore to the sheriff's fund to help keep the sheriff's fund from not depleting so quickly, so we can afford the deputy increases and parts and other costs and contracts. The deputy treasurer is 100% funded out of the general fund, 101,253. It's not coming 50% out of the DTRF anymore. But we are taking a DTRF admin fee of 4% and planning a transfer into the general fund of $40,000 annually. And we'll have an updated resolution and policy for use of the DTRF fund presented for the next board meeting. So I'm gonna skip the attached wage adjustment memo because I'll preach that at the end of this. The board and the budget committee suggested no open positions budget in the fiscal 26 budget. That was for the part-time probate and deputy. There is a explanation and a emergency services fund that we wanted to.
Well, before, are we talking through these as we go or just talk at the end? Judge raised some concerns about that, so I just wanted to try to understand based on her comment of how long that position was in place and then not budgeting for it, what those conversations were like.
Can we go through the notes? Can we go through the notes first and then do that for the budget?
However you want to do it.
Okay.
Just so we can, when we're looking at the numbers at the same time.
Okay. So then there was we discussed with the sheriff and the emergency manager about having, and sorry, Donna as well, the 911 coordinator, trying to create a emergency services fund and a policy to go with it. And what that means is what we would take is create a new fund, and we would be putting money into it this year. So we're showing a transfer of funds into that fund this year to help technology and upgrades for the sheriff's department. I will say right now I have it coming out as a general fund transfer to that fund. We could also take that money from the county improvement fund and put it in there. You know, there's different ways we could do that. That was what I put in the budget, so you can see it coming out of the general fund for it. The purpose of the emergency services fund is to place money on hold to help with like radio. We have to do a lot of radio updates here in the next near future. Technology upgrades, computers, building needs to be, the sheriff will tell you that the building needs a lot of upgrades and work done on it. So this is a fund to help cover that. By creating this emergency services fund, we'd also put in place that in the Department 301, all the sheriff departments, not grant ones, just the regular services ones, and the 426, which is the emergency services department. At the end of the year, if they did not expend their budgeted appropriated amounts, that excess would go into this fund at the end of the year to be used for those types of services, not the personnel costs, just the other expenditures. So it's a way to, if you make savings happen this year, you can help use them for the next year. So I will talk about the probate, and I said
Are
the
we
request.
talking about the resolution later then?
Well, if we decide to do the emergency services fund, then we would have a resolution that is a sample resolution we could use to do it. It wouldn't be approved until for your guys' review if you have questions of it, but it would go in front of the board on the 11th to be approved.
Okay, so we're not discussing it today.
Yeah, it's just, I wanted to have a sample in front of you and we can make a motion and discuss it in full on the 11th when we do the budget approval. I noted that the probate had a large amount. So when I get department requests from everybody, they are usually pretty in line with what they've requested the year before. Or if they have an increased line, they give you the details as to what they need for those lines, and they've usually decreased somewhere else. I will say that probate was the only one that gave me an increase from the previous year of $11,125 on their lines all throughout. And so, yes, they didn't get all of their wish lists, but we went through all the lines and we went down and we agreed upon. We increased their travel and general expense. We increased the training, but we didn't increase their supplies to $4,000. We kept it $2,000 like all the rest of the departments. We did not approve the $5,750 because $2,000 of that was for a stipend specifically to go to Jody Gordon. The other part of it, the service fees, we didn't put it on there because we've always left about $1,000 in that line. And if you look at the activity of 23, 24, 25, we don't expend it. So we didn't want to put that money in there and have it sitting there to be used for something else when we could do it as a case-by-case scenario. It's noted that those things are possible to happen. We can use it and make adjustments, but we left it at the 1,000 because that historically has not been used. And just putting a blanket $2,000 in there for a stipend that wasn't talked about or approved with the board, weren't comfortable with putting that in there as well. We did leave the $350 to host the court website, and we have paid that last year as well, and it was grant paid the years before. DHD4 came back and they're only requesting the 5%, so I've updated the budget with that. Priority health renewal rate came in at 28.3, sorry, that's 28.3%. And originally it was only budgeted for 20% increase. So I did increase the budget to match that percentage. And I'm working with Deb to try to come up with some other options. She just sent me late yesterday some options that the complete renewal. And she did say that she got some very competitive rates from the Blue Cross Blue Shield and the Blue Care Network. So our health committee will have to review those and see if it's something that we can actually do, if it's going to be acceptable for the union and us, and if it'll work. But they are looking at options. Her quoting out with the Blues helps us go back to Priority Health and say, hey, they're willing to give us this. What can you do better now? So hopefully they can bring that back down more in line to what we were thinking and help save some money there. But right now we're looking at 28.3% of our insurance to increase in order to keep the current insurance for our employees.
And that's what's reflected in.
And that's what's reflected in the budget. And that's without making any changes to our HRA structure. So right now, all of our employees, their deductible is $250. The county picks up all the rest of that. We also have a deductible set up that we cover all the extra costs of deductibles. So Priority Health might say that your doctor's visit's $40 copay, but an employee only has to pay $10 because the county picks up that $30 with that HRA and that Insight benefit package. So we haven't changed any of those structures. And unfortunately, we added co-insurance. We've added to $6,000 deductible. We don't really have much more to go up with Priority Health to make any savings. So we're going to have to probably try to either look at restructuring that HRA and the deductibles or switching to a new provider. So good news, VSP, our vision insurance, there was no rate change. So that stayed the same. I had planned for a possible 10%. It's very insignificant in the grand scheme of it, but I did remove that so we don't have that 10% increase showing up. Dental, haven't gotten a rate hold back yet. Right now it's planned for 10%. I did update the fiscal 26 Appropriation Act to make it a little shorter, condensed, easier to follow. It's an example. Again, that would be approved at the budget meeting on the 11th. It's just for you to review. And if you have questions, we can discuss it at the December 11th meeting, but I wanted to get it to you to look at and so you had time to review it and have questions. The last thing on this note is the general fund percent resolution. As you heard in the presentation by Ms. Carl, we are sitting at 2.7 million in our general fund balance, and that's at about 53% of our expenditures. We discussed this a year ago or so about creating a resolution and putting in place that if we have expenditures, if our percentage of expenditures is 40% or greater, then we should take some of that general fund money and put it into the contingency funds. So it's saved for, the county improvement funds, because, things are breaking. These buildings are old, things have to be replaced. So we could use those funds to help take care of that. And that's why I made that comment about transferring that $40,500 to the emergency services fund. We could use that resolution saved money instead and not hurt the general fund budget surplus. Again, that's something we can discuss at the December 11th meeting if you like, unless you wanted to discuss that one today. That one is not going to affect your budget next year or this year. That is more of for planning for the future so that we can make sure we put that stuff in place. So that's if you guys want me to put it on the 11th meeting. So things that we talked about as was having motions to discuss was the freezing, putting a hiring freeze so that we're not doing any new hires. And the reason why the committee is suggesting that is because we believe that it would be beneficial for the board to evaluate all of our departments and their staffing size and see if there's any changes that need to be made. And this would be a good time to do that when you're going into a new budget, take the time and see if we are staffed appropriately in all offices and if any changes need to be made. So that's why they're suggesting a hiring freeze. There was
it'd be on a case by case.
Yeah.
So if something did come up, it could be put in front of the board.
Right. And the 911 dispatcher, that one has already been posted and they're in the process of trying to hire somebody. So that's one that's already been pushed through and that'll stay. So Donna's working on trying to get somebody in that position now. There was a lot of conversation about stipends. It was asked to review what stipends we had for people in the county, which ones should remain, are they justified, how should they be justified, should they continue, are they grant funded, are they a different fund funded, how do they work? So you guys have a whole packet of all the stipends. You have information from the wage study in 2022. You have the explanations from all the different departments on those stipends for your review, and you've had that so you can go over it. Again, I have recommendations on here, but I would say no motions to be made on those until, again, the December 11th meeting, so you can ask your questions and review. Plus, Judge Black would like to talk to you about the magistrates. I had a conversation with him, and he emailed last night, and so I told him that you guys would not make decisions on that stipends until the December 11th, so he had a chance to talk to you. So the phone reimbursements, we need to put something in place about county cell phone reimbursement. Right now, the way that we reimburse either personal lines or if somebody gets a county line or the hotspots, there's no rhyme or reason to it. People have come to the board and say, I want this amount of money for reimbursement, and you've given it, or they were on a plan from forever ago and nothing's been updated. So it would be a great idea to have a policy in place that states how you're going to reimburse people and a reasoning as to why you're going to reimburse people. So you have a policy and a resolution in your packet that, again, for December 11th would be approved, but to review it and see what you'd like to do. We should probably have it in there that you're only doing one. You shouldn't be paying for somebody to have a phone line and give them a reimbursement for the personal phone and also get a hotspot. And it should be fair and equitable across the board for it. So one person shouldn't be getting $1,000 and another person only have to get $200. It should be based on the duties and the work that they do after hours or during work on their personal cell phone. So that's the purpose of that policy and resolution.
Not being technically savvy. You know, my work phone has a hotspot on the work phone.
Yes.
Mine does too.
Mine does too.
Is that a separate, so are those separate fees?
No, it's usually all plans nowadays are
Right,
inclusive of a mobile hotspot.
No,
Yeah.
they're not. No, they're not. I don't have one on mine.
Our county lines, so if you chose to get a county line, they do have unlimited mobile hotspot availability on them.
County line.
But your personal phone, you can also get mobile hotspot. For most of them have option for either up to a certain gigabyte or unlimited. And you might pay a little extra if you go to unlimited, but some plans include them. So it just depends on your provider. And then there was the approval of moving the prosecuting attorney office manager to pay grade 4. You can hold on that one because I have a memo I gave you guys this morning. After talking to everybody, I just kind of put it all into one memo to discuss.
That was
Right,
Judge Black.
get it, it's for my court.
That was Judge.
What?
Oh, the prosecuting, sorry.
Oh, it's a
Prosecuting, yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
So this is motions to be considered today. Saying these are decisions for December 11th.
Yeah, I'm gonna change that to December 11th. You can do it when you approve the budget in full.
evaluation of staffing levels, is there a budget for a third party to come in and evaluate staffing levels?
No, that's something that I feel like the board should be like taking the time to kind of evaluate, or you guys can choose to do somebody else to do it. We could do a time study, we could do, you know, it's just a discussion that needs to happen on how the board would like to proceed with that. So I'm gonna go to the memo I gave this morning, and here's a couple extra copies. I'm gonna pass this over to them.
I'm confused. I have a question. Chair?
Yeah.
I have a question. So if you're not gonna discuss those items, don't those items affect, if you're not putting them in the budget or are putting them in the budget for whether it be these phones, cell phones or hotspots? Why would you not discuss them today? You need to come up with some hypothetical numbers, right, to post and for your hearing, so why would you?
So in the proposed budget, I have the numbers of how I've recommended everything.
Okay.
And so when we will post those, and at the budget hearing, if they decide to change anything, those numbers will get updated and the final numbers will get.
But how are they gonna know what line that they're recommending to be posted? Because you have, there's three columns.
That's what we're gonna discuss today. That's what
But they might include or not include some of these phones and hotspots.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna discuss in the memo.
Okay, maybe I'm just jumping at that.
So after talking to everybody and going over everything and explanations, so overview and background. I want to note that wage adjustment requests were formally submitted by the sheriff and undersheriff, and the county clerk requested that as well. These concerns, along with several other position wage inequities, were discussed in budget committee. The committee recommended that all elected and appointed leadership positions be evaluated
Wait,
together.
can we pause for a second? So what are we looking at?
The memo I have printed out for you.
Okay, this is different
Dated-
than, because you
dated
sent the
yesterday.
memo
Yeah, it was
November
sitting on.
21st.
Yep, I just finished it last night.
You used the colored,
Yeah.
you used the colored one to make this.
Because the memo on it is November
November
25th.
25th.
That colored
Sitting here this morning.
I see November 25th. I'm just trying to make sure I have anything that needs to go with this. Just talking about the color spreadsheet.
There's this. It is a listing of
It
your
has
employees.
all the employees.
Okay. For the record, I'm receiving this today.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have extra copies by chance? Because there's, the sheriff is looking.
If you want to make copies of them.
Is this older memo like null and void now, or are we not going?
Yeah, I would disregard it because I've included information for that on here.
Is this a different document from yesterday?
Just this one.
It includes information from the original one.
I don't know.
Okay. The committee recommended that all elected and appointed leadership positions be evaluated together. As part of my ongoing responsibility to ensure that the county maintains competitive and equitable compensation practices, I conducted a wage evaluation of comparable elected and appointed positions in surrounding counties, focusing specifically on counties with similar or taxable values, populations, and organizational structures. Based on this market review and in accordance with the controller's authority to recommend and implement wage adjustments within approved budget parameters, I'm presenting 3 wage adjustment options for board consideration. These adjustments reflect market competitiveness, internal equity, and long-term financial sustainability. Option number 1 would be the maximum market comparison value. So that's the one that was spread everywhere. That would be the maximum amounts that anybody could get based on our counties surrounding us. Using that information that I got from those counties, there was 14 total. We excluded Aranet County because the data was very old. It was like from 2024, wasn't very recent. And the other counties, I had either the 26 budgeted information or I had survey information from 2025. So it was a combination. And in the notes section, and that's the bigger page that I sent to the board in the electeds, it has the notes on the side. That's the data that was used.
This one?
I printed a bigger one for you so you can see it.
What is this one? Is it different?
No. Option number 2 is the average salary.
Just a second, like I just want to be clear on how option 1 was developed. So just looking, I'm just getting the controllers on top of it as an example, the 107, 250. Looking at these comps from different counties, it took the top 5 and averaged them.
So what it did is you see the orange highlighted line exclusion. What I did is excluded the low outliers. So Presque County was a lot lower than us. It was 2025 data. I didn't have their 2026 data. So it basically took what our current salary was and averaged the ones above us. So that's trying to get a midpoint and a maximum and a low point of what those
Let's
options
make
are.
it simple. You took the top 5 comps and averaged them.
Wasn't
So
the top
you-
5 necessarily.
It was though. I did the numbers. You took the top 5 comps and averaged them. You took out the low outliers, but you didn't take out any high outliers.
No, as I said, we were trying to produce a max. Where you were to get into market averages, but you get a max.
Give me exactly the formula used to calculate the 107, because when I did the top 5 comps and averaged them, I got 107.
It was an average if formula that excluded the current salary. So that max number, that's what it was, an average if. So if it was less, or it was greater than the max amount, it was averaged across there.
Okay, well, regardless of your formula, the 107 also happens to match if you take the top 5 comps and average them, that is 107. So it's
Okay.
excluding all of the low value comps is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, and that was to get a max side of what market comparisons were. Now, I also did just a full average of all 13 counties to get a number, and that's the one in green, and that'd be option number 2. So that is taking an average salary of all 13 comparable counties, highs and lows. And this is the one that I'm recommending that the board approve. The option number 3 is if you just gave a straight 15% increase. But that's not gonna, I don't recommend that because you're still not getting the marketable comparatives put into place for some of these positions. If you're just giving 50% across the board, then you're not actually adjusting for the positions themselves compared to other counties.
When was the last time that we actually did the elected adjustments?
Wage study. So that's what I was gonna get to that.
I never, go ahead.
So I'm recommending option number 2, which maintains the strongest budget surplus while moving all positions closer to market averages. I also strongly recommend these wages be reevaluated next year with a structured multi-year plan aligned with elected official terms. COLA recommendations. Non-union employees, we are going with, I recommended a 3% COLA. That is in line with CPI for the year. Union employees have a contracted 5% COLA. And the emergency manager, director, and equalization director are going to remain at the agreed rates for fiscal 26. Those were approved at prior motions.
So the emergency management, that was dependent on
Time certification.
training certification.
Why the difference between the non-union and union for the COLA increase?
COLA for the union was contracted agreement, and the 3% is just the CPI that we've used historically. Context and rationale for this. Previous wage study inequities. In the 2022 wage study, limited adjustments for several elected and appointed positions were set at a 5,000 maximum. This resulted in those positions remaining significantly below market, while all non-union positions received the full adjustments plus COLA increases throughout the years. There's been no corrective adjustments made over the past 3 years beyond the COLA for these elected positions. If you notice you'll see this sheet right here. The smaller one is colored. We had the wage survey done in 2022, and we chose to go with market comparisons instead for our elected and appointed positions, the ones we're talking about today. If you look at those from the market perspective or the wage study, they were suggested wages in purple, but they were only given the wages in blue because they were limited to the $5,000. If you were actually to give those positions what they were told to give in the wage study or in the market averages and put the percent COLA on it every year they're going forward, the one in yellow is what our positions would all be at today. So if we use the wage study like we did for all of our other non-union employees, that's the bottom rows, your clerk would be at 56,820 for fiscal 26 budget. The controller would be at 96,603. The prosecutor would be at 90,920. The register of deeds at 56,820. The sheriff at 80,092. The treasurer at 60,343. And the undersheriff at 69,280. So that was what we did for all of our non-union. We did not do that for our elected and appointed. So I just want to make a point. That's why you're seeing such a significant increase to these elected positions, because they were limited at that time to the $5,000 rather than getting the full adjustment like all of the other positions in the county did.
So it's been.
And the same thing for our deputies. Union contract adjustments. The 2024 union contract resulted in a 22% increase over 3 years for deputies and dispatchers, which further widened the internal inequities. So as of 2026, they're getting another 5%, and you're putting them at the point where they're going to be making their highest paid lieutenant is going to be making more or just at the same amount as your undersheriff. So that's, why these wage adjustments are being considered.
Right.
Fiscal improvements and
And that
responsible.
was a request submitted by the sheriff and undersheriff. They asked to be brought.
Yep, the sheriff and undersheriff, and so did the clerk. Fiscal improvements and responsible planning. Significant progress has been achieved in stabilizing long-term county liabilities. Our pension fund unfunded liability is now at 64.3%. Our OPEB liability has reduced from 2.5 million plus to approximately 800,000 and is continuing to decline. The general fund balance is at $2.7 million, which is over 40% of our expected expenditures. And approximately 400,000 of that can be moved into contingency fund under the new general fund percentage retention policy if it's passed. We also have a personnel contingency fund that currently exceeds $400,000 and can offset any potential shortages through all recommended wage, even though all these recommended wage options fall within the budgeted parameters. And as I said, I'm recommending option number 2. The importance of competitive compensation. Employees are the county's core asset. Major sacrifices and structural changes were made to preserve financial stability and protect our future benefits. Bringing wages to competitive levels supports recruitment, retention, and internal equity, while ensuring employees have the financial ability to secure their own long-term stability. Attached is a list. It's in the orange, and it's a list of all of our county employees. And you'll note on the bottom, this doesn't include the ones that we're talking about on this sheet because you already have their current salaries and what we're recommending. It just has every other position. The top portion of them are the part-time positions, and then you go down into your full-time. So Montmorency County's full-time wage range currently spans from $31,755.72 to $186,163.59, demonstrating a broad variance in compensation. The full range of county wages are attached for reference to contextualize compensation relative to industry standards and internal structures. So my recommendations for the 2026 budget, I printed this morning because it was noted. The clerk's office, one of the people was removed on accident, so I added that one back in and fixed it. And I also got numbers from Teresa for the Remon grant, so I updated that. That's no change to the bottom line. And I put the proposals of doing a wage adjustments for the ones I'm going to read off now. You'll see on the sheet I printed today, there's extra ones of that if you want to give that to people.
Did you send out an updated?
I didn't because I wanted to, I just finished it last night and I wanted to talk about it. And so this is.
So this is the old, wherever we had before.
Well, there's still relevant information. You can see the changes that are on it.
It's just,
I'm just fixing the ones. On your sheet, you'll see the 2025 activity, the 2025 amended budget, what all departments requested in 2026, what we recommended originally before we started our budget committee meetings. And then you see 2 more columns. The 2026 proposed column has what I'm recommending here in this memo that I just gave you this morning. And the 2026 option 2 would be the one prior that you got with the addition of the clerk's person in there that was missed. So I'm recommending in the prosecutor's office, the office manager, Pam Austin, Vicki did a point factor analysis that placed this role at pay grade 4. So we're recommending that fiscal 26 hourly rate would be $24.05, which would put her at pay grade 4 at the last step. For magistrate positions, for Kristen Cheedy, we would merge the $10,000 stipend into her base salary. So she'd get the fiscal 26 salary of $58,503, which includes that 3% COLA. She also would continue to remain having the Veterans Treatment Court grant stipend of $5,000. Deputy magistrate.
When do we get to have a conversation about incorporating stipends into salaries? that now or is it later than your stipends?
Well, this is part of the recommendations, because we're just talking that you would merge that 10,000 stipend into the base salary. That was part of the budget committee.
Okay, so you're just covering recommendations. I'm asking when do we really have a conversation about it?
You can discuss it today, or you can, and you can discuss it again on the 11th as well. But I wouldn't make any decisions on it till the 11th. So you have Judge Black that wanted to ask you
Not
questions.
talking about decisions, I'm just talking about conversation.
Well, let's get through it
Okay.
and then we can talk about it.
For Deputy Magistrate Shannon Furman, we're recommending moving to pay grade 5, remove the stipend and convert to full salary. We pay out her PTO and comp time at the end of the year, so this would start January 1st. That would make her fiscal 26 a salaried employee of $46,082.40. By doing that, she's not gonna really see any increase in salary for fiscal 26, but her stipend will be rolled into there. And then it would continue to grow with the COLA throughout the years if you did that. These recommendations align with the statutory responsibilities and the letter from Judge Black, which you have a copy of that he gave to me yesterday. For 911 coordinator, Donna Barani, we would continue monthly stipend for the duties outside her job description. She'd receive $1,250 per month, and she'd do monthly reporting on those duties that are above and beyond her job description. For the court recorder, Jordy Gordon.
What was the thought behind them? I guess we can talk about that later too, I guess. I'll hold my question.
For the court recorder, Jordy Gordon, yes, there was recommended that we would eliminate that stipend. In 2022, the position received a increase of $5,951.74 raise, plus kept a stipend, which was contrary to the consultant's recommendations. A comparable survey that I received last year put that probate register position at $23.94 an hour, which is $43,570.80 annually. Her current salary is $47,075.89, which is $25.87 an hour. She's salaried, but she also receives the $8,000 stipend on top of that. This creates an inequity compared to other employees and was not aligned with the historical pay practice, because the court recording was historically paid as needed. When you look in the history, it was paid when it was completed. So that was the recommendation based off of the wage study analysis and what they gave us in recommendations. The other stipends that would remain are grant-based or separate fund obligations. The law librarian for Cheryl Nielsen is $750. The Remon grant for Teresa Walker is $3,000. EDC CDBG for Dawn Hubbard is $3,000. And then in lieu of retirement, Vicki Cunnier is $6,000. Currently, she's being paid $5,000, but she requested an increase of $6,000. And in review, if you were paying retirement costs on her, you'd be paying upwards of $6,000 to $7,000 on that. So it is a savings to the county by doing that instead of having to pay for her retirement. The fiscal 26 proposed budget incorporates all these recommended adjustments and corrections as identified during departmental budget reviews and the recommendations in this menu. I fully support the fiscal 26 proposed budget as presented. All of these would take place on January 1st, 2026. And you will see that the bottom number, if you did the proposed budget for the general fund.
Can you tell us what page, what you get there, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't even have it, so.
It's on page 10.
So total estimated revenues is 5,690,000, sorry, page 19. General fund, total revenues would be 5,000,000.
Give us a second.
$5,695,379.66. The total appropriations coming to $5,681,266.43, with a net of revenue and appropriations of $14,113.23.
Where's?
That's under the 2026 proposed, not option 2.
Be the column second to the last.
You said 14,
Under net of revenues and appropriations.
111 or 113, 113, 14,113.
Yep.
And can you say one more time, please, the proposed versus proposed number 2?
Proposed number 2 would be that maximum amount of salaries, and as you can see, with adding the corrections into it would not be something we could budget for with the surplus. I'm not recommending that one.
But you were originally, so is it?
That's
was it
because we-
reduced because of the negative balance?
Mhm.
So the original recommendation was the higher salaries. Now it's dropping them slightly so that we don't end up negative.
Correct.
Can I, April, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just real quick, the memorandum one, this one, and then this one.
Yes.
And maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, but the option 2 numbers don't match between the memorandum and the blue.
Sorry, option 2 that you're seeing there would be, it's actually option number 3. That's the 15% numbers.
I'm sorry, it's okay.
50%.
That's the 15% numbers.
Option 2 is 15%?
No, that's on the sheet, this sheet right here, when I was originally looking at it.
So when you were just reading, I guess, so which one are you proposing to them right now?
Number 2, which if on the bottom of the memo, the middle column, option number 2. So your salary at 81,700.
Okay, so it's not the color coded sheet.
No, it's the memo. The color coded sheet, this color coded sheet, it was just comparing how if elected and appointed were actually given the wage study maximum or the market averages that the non-union employees received in 2022 and then received COLAs every year. The yellow column is what they would be at for fiscal 26, but they weren't given those adjustments. So that's just showing
What it would have been.
and what it would have been if we would have given them.
No.
And that's just to give the reasoning, because everybody was talking about such a large increase. Well, that's why, because we limited those positions to the $5,000 maximum. So they weren't adjusted appropriately. All of our other non-union and even our union employees received anywhere from 12 to 20% increases to be on the proper wage adjustment.
Thing.
But
So instead of 107, she's recommending she get 91.9.
got somebody, but
Shannon.
I muted her. Sorry. Everybody in the non-union and union, after the wage study was done and the contract was done, was either increased by like anywhere between 12 to 20%, getting people in line with market comparisons. The only ones who were not given that opportunity in that time and have not still to this day are the elected and appointed listed on that memo. Those positions were not adjusted. They were limited to the 5,000 and then only received the COLA from that point on. And that's what that colored sheet is just showing. If you would have actually given them the adjustments, like you did all the rest of the people back in 2022 to put the new salary in place in 2023 and then gave them COLA on top of it, that's what their salaries would look like today.
Which option on this sheet?
I'm recommending that you go with option number 2 on the memo.
Saying which, taking what they should have gotten and reconciling that now is which option?
This was just a projection to show. The options are on the sheet.
On the memo.
I get it, I see that, but they were stemmed from this.
No, they're not from this. This was just a projection to show the difference. So like if you took the max on option number 1, comparing that, what that looked like if they were actually given the proper wages. That's what that all
Back in
is.
2022.
I probably would understand it better if I was not given this stuff today. It's a little frustrating. So the controller's increase is still based on, so we're not just looking at the 2022 wage study, we're also looking at the comps.
We're only looking at the comps. So the suggestions for options are based off of the big sheet that you were given a while ago that has all the 14 counties listed with the exclusion of Aranet County. Option number 1 would be the max. Option number 2 is the averages of all those 13 counties remaining. And option number 3 is if you just gave a straight 15% across to all those positions.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just go out and say I'm not in favor of these increases. So I think it's outrageously high. I do agree sheriff and undersheriff being brought to a level that is not below their deputies. I did just like, so it's actually like has some increases. Like a 3%, if undersheriff is 3% above the deputies, based on the information I have, that would be 76,900, and then if the sheriff is 3% above the undersheriff, that'd be 79,200.
Which option 2 puts them in line with that?
It's close. But the rest of them, I mean, I don't understand the controller one gets me the most, because that's a huge increase to the people of our county paying for an increase like that, and I don't understand.
At least she's not, recommending 107,000. As it was.
Well, 107, okay, so let me put it to you this way. So if I look at the comps, if I take the top 5 comps of neighboring counties, the top 5 paid controllers or administrators, the average of the top 5 of these counties listed is 107,000 approximately. If I take the lowest 5 and average them, that is about 74,000. So how do we want to split hairs and look at numbers? Do we want to look at the top 5? Do we want to look at the lowest 5? And then it's like, well, here's a really high end, and let's just take the average and it looks lower, so maybe that looks better. But to the people that I represent, it doesn't look good. So I'm not in favor of increasing the controller salary to 91,900, and I'm not really in favor of any increase this substantial. This is a lot of money for our taxpayers for things that I think their priorities might be seen a little bit differently than increasing these salaries all at once this much. And so I think this is a lot to do this year across the board for all of these people.
So you're recommending only the sheriff and undersheriff, and everybody else? You don't recommend a raise?
I think the sheriff and undersheriff, the numbers that I said is what I feel comfortable with. They're pretty close to what's in option 2. I think the rest could have somewhat of a raise. Maybe it's
Cost of living.
the cost of living. Maybe it might.
So
be
can I
like
ask why
5%.
only the sheriff and undersheriff are
Because it's not.
allowed to have an adjustment to their wage that's still comparable to other counties, but the other elected and appointed positions are not worthy of that? That's not.
No, I
Any
didn't
of the
say,
others
I'm
make
sorry.
less than their employees?
I didn't say they weren't worthy of it. If
They were
you-
given it though. That's the point. The non-union were given a wage adjustment that these individuals did not receive.
Well,
I
and when
understand that.
when we did the deputies' wages, we knew that it was gonna be close. We knew this was coming to it. I think they should be
We
getting,
agree that.
they should be getting the same percentage really that, is close to what their deputies got.
Mhm.
That's just standard. I just asked this morning to verify, but since we've been sitting here, there's been no increases for the elected, for the clerk, for the register of deeds, for those elected positions. I think I don't have any problem with option 2, because I think they do need to be elevated. Because they should be getting what their peers are making in other counties. That's just,
I agree.
we've talked about numerous times in here about making sure that they're not, we don't have to be the, poor stepchild. We do have the funds, we do have the ability. I'm not sure why we don't want to provide that for them. We've talked about people wanting to run for these offices, and will they want to run for offices that the funding and the money isn't there? No, they're not. I think it's
Let's look at percentages. I'd like to look at the percentages for each of these positions and then what that increases from the current to option 2. Can we just look at percentages real quick? Do you have the percentages?
It's on the big sheet.
It's right on the big sheet on green.
So in the green line,
Which big sheet?
Okay.
so option green is the one that has, option number 2 would be the one in green across the bottom. And it shows the full average of all those counties and what the increase would be for their position. So that would put the controller at 15% increase.
The controller's at 24%.
Nope.
Your,
Well, she's
your
incorporating.
base salary is not 79,902.
But it is because that money that was given to me in the stipend was for a wage adjustment for the work that I was doing above and beyond.
It was listed as a stipend under a different budget line item. It is not part of your base salary.
So 17.5% for the clerk, register of deeds, and the treasurer. It'd be an 18.9% increase for the sheriff, a 17.1% increase for the undersheriff, a 14.8% increase for the prosecutor.
I disagree with including the stipend as part of your salary.
Well, we can discuss that because that's kind of.
She's been here 6 months or less.
No, she gets that if when her PEM is fixed. So that was already agreed upon. Emergency manager goes to 60,000 once her PEM certification was done. So that's why it says 60,000. That's what she gets when she gets the certification completed. That was board approved when we hired her.
I just feel there's a lack of transparency in these things, so if I'm struggling, it's because it's not clear and transparent. There is no way I will approve a 24% increase for the controller's position, a position that's never been reviewed. 17%, 17%, 17%, 18.9, 17, 14. Those are really high in 1 year. And I can't support that.
So are you saying no raises for anybody then?
That's not what I said. I said I'm not in favor of anywhere from 15 to 25% raises for electeds and the controller.
So what are you saying?
That's
What the
pretty
hell?
much
It's
all
only
of
the
them then.
taxpayer money. Everybody gets as much as they want.
That's pretty much 15% is pretty much everybody. 15 or more.
No.
I mean, for the percentage of the increase.
You have elected person raising their hand and it's been up for about 5 minutes.
We'll get.
She's
we'll get you,
elected.
Lindsay.
She don't speak.
I'm just giving you my opinion, and I think that this is not favorable upon people I represent, my constituents, to have these substantial increases this year. And I'm just not in favor of it. So you keep asking if that means I'm not in favor of any raises, and that's not what I'm saying. I think a COLA is reasonable. I think that seems all rushed, and that if we wanted a plan to bring electeds up to what this wage study was previously, then that should be a conversation earlier in the year where we're looking at a plan. Let's look at over what course of time are we gonna bring this to where we think it needs to be, as opposed to this, somewhat last minute in the process, getting these recommendations for substantial increases in our budget. I just think it's a lot. And it could be something that is discussed and planned out, over the course of time if we feel that these are warranted.
Well, that is the original plan, is to start having these things on a routine basis and not take the big hits, Lindsay.
I want to make a comment that while I'm flattered to be offered a 17.5% increase, it was never asked. But as most of us as administrators or bosses, I would rather not get a 17.5% increase that I never asked for. When I ran for this job, I knew what I knew what my salary was, plus an average 3% COLA. But let me tell you, it's very hard to find employees with an education experience. And I would rather see a 5% COLA for our employees than see a 17.5% increase for myself. Because if we start looking at all of our employees, I think we will see that all of our employees are lower than what they should be. And while I'm thankful, I'm thankful that you guys are looking at this, but I think a wage and salary study should really be focused on all of our employees too. They literally are our bread and butter.
And we've been doing it just like we did the union the 1 year.
It's not enough for my employees.
Well,
my hands are tied there. And then on Friday, I say, oh, I'm getting an $8,000 raise I didn't ask for. If I could, I would split it between my employees and just give it to them.
You have to think too about the fact that, you know, you're not gonna be here forever. We want our wages to be competitive. I know that we've had this, I think the sheriff had brought it up before. I think Cheryl had brought it up before the last couple of years, that, you know, they are underfunded. It would be nice to do it in a package instead of piecemeal, because then what happens is things get missed. It's kind of what happened in 2022, apparently.
Well, I had a conversation with Cheryl and Teresa yesterday, and that's the thing is every time we talk about this, it gets tabled. And then we say, oh, we'll work on a plan for it, and it never gets worked on, and it never happens. Or then we say, oh, now we've reached a point where if we were gonna go to market comparisons, you're gonna be looking at a huge hike and everybody's gonna get ticked off at you. So we're only gonna give you a portion of it now, and we'll do a portion later. And by the time you get to that full amount, you're 15% away from it again. The point of it is to get to the market comparisons and get them in those positions and do it. Every year for the judge, we get it doesn't matter what the budget says, we get a ruling from the state and it tells us what it's gonna be.
Well, you
That
don't pay it.
happens.
You don't
No,
pay
no,
it.
I'm not saying to do it, but I'm just saying that happens because it's market and they decide on that.
I don't even
In
know
the union, we decide every 3 years what those rates are gonna look like, and we compare to all of our surrounding counties. And our deputies are paid higher than the Oscoda's contract going right now. It's a higher rate than what the Oscoda contract is, but it's comparable.
And that's what we wanted it
And
to
that's what
be.
we're trying to do.
And we could do, I mean, you're saying that like it gets lost, but whose responsibility is it for not to get lost? We could do a 5-year forecast, and this is into this 5-year forecast on these expectations, that this is what the board's plan was for projecting these to go up a certain amount over time.
It is my responsibility and my statutory authority to bring these recommendations to you and do the market surveys. That's what I did.
I didn't.
Oh, excuse me.
I was just talking about like a projection for, and staying on top of, if a plan is developed on these gradual increases, staying on top of that plan. I'm not pointing that that's you. I'm asking who is responsible for that. Is it the board? Is it the controller? Whatever it is, if a plan's developed, to follow through with that plan and have those conversations and do the 5-year forecast, which I think is also part of the responsibilities in the job description. So maybe that's something we can start looking at.
Vicky?
I think when you negotiated the deputy contract, that was a good thing. I mean, they deserved the increase in wages. And it's clear that the sheriff and the undersheriff shouldn't be paid less than the deputies. That's absolutely clear. But to then say, well, because we're gonna bring them up to here, but the rest of you can, you know, go suck pond water, that's not fair. Because it's been years and years and years, the same thing. So, you know, I think that you've got to be fair across the board. You can't, you know, it is true that the sheriff and the undersheriff should not make less than deputies. They should be above that. And the contract for the deputies was a good thing. But that doesn't mean that we ignore everybody else. Now, if somebody's questioning the numbers that she has in terms of the comparables, then tell us what the appropriate numbers are. But the numbers are the numbers. If those counties, if that's what they pay, that's what they pay. And if you question that, if you question her accuracy, that's one thing. But nobody's questioning that.
Well, I am on mine anyway, because she said she did a survey last year and I've never received it. And
I don't know what you're talking, on yours what?
For my probate.
Well, I'm not talking
just
about
saying
your
that, but I'm
probate
all
position
for it.
right now. I'm
You said
talking
no one's
about,
questioning.
right now, we're talking about these other raises for the appointed and elected, not the probate position.
Well, my position is, I'm just saying there was a question there.
What
I
was
agree-
what
I
was the
agree
state
with the
raise for
wages.
the probate this year?
There is no raise, it's a deduction of 8,000. I'm agreeable, I agree that they're on.
Can I finish?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, that's it.
No, seriously, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I agree with what you were commenting on.
So let me be clear, I don't remember your exact wording, but I'm not telling anybody to go pound sand. I'm not saying I don't care about the electeds. If they feel that way by my conversation today, I apologize, that's not my intent. I feel these increases are excessive to do in 1 year. I feel that this is not what our taxpayers want when they see this amount of money spent all of a sudden on wages, and they think of all the other things that impact them, and how can the county use their funds to serve the public, and to say, this is how our county is going to use our funds to serve the public doesn't necessarily agree with that. So maybe that'll come out December 11th, maybe it won't, maybe I'm wrong. And, this is just on my pulse of my constituents in my community. So this is just where I stand. We can agree to disagree. I'm not trying to put people down or say you're not worthy. And I don't want words put in my mouth that I'm not telling you to pound sand. I'm not saying you're not worthy. Please understand, electeds and whoever's on this list, that is not what I'm saying. The sheriff and undersheriff, it has been brought up multiple times before by the sheriff and undersheriff. Therefore, I do support that one at this time because they should not get paid less than their deputies. The other ones, to me, I'm not in a position to be in favor of those at this time. And that's just where I stand with it. So I just want to clarify my intent with it. It is not meant to put people down or think that you are not worthy or you are not doing your job.
I agree that the sheriff and undersheriff are underpaid. They should be brought up to a level above both their deputies. It's not right to be paid less. And I would be open to negotiation on the pay raise of the other people, but 17.5% is.
Is there any discussion of a higher COLA raise for our employees rather than the 3%, if negotiations allowed?
So I can put into the budget 5% COLA for our non-union if you'd like. I can get you that numbers on my computer right now and give you bottom line numbers. But I would suggest if you're given the 5%, you should be adjusting the other elected officials, not cherry picking too. That's not fair to the other elected officials in that work here.
Madam Chair? Yes, I have a comment. I am one of the ones that did go to the budget committee and request a look at what the elected officials were making currently. I wasn't the only one. Obviously, the sheriff was as well. I agree that it is a shock to see the percentage that this has come out to be. It's unfortunate because this is not a new issue with this county, whereby this county has put Band-Aid fixes or done nothing to compensate not only the elected officials, but the hourly and people that work here as well. And I mentioned this to Teresa, and I both mentioned this to April yesterday when we talked to her on the phone. It would have been nice had, when the 2022 survey came out, maybe we could have looked at something additional for the electeds over the time span. We would have been 4 years further ahead than where we are now by doing nothing and just giving COLAs. But that didn't happen. I'm not objectionable to maybe looking at that, but I think still to say that one department should, an elected official should get those raises and not the others is completely wrong. I will say that one of the conversations I did have with the budget committee was that in looking at the wages of even my chief deputy, I love my chief deputy dearly. I think she's worth every penny that she earns, and she's been here for 33 years. But to have your chiefs making $10,000 less than you as the elected official, I think is wrong as well. I have a lot of responsibility to you guys as the public and to the voters into this community. I hold my budget dear. I don't frivolously spend. I try to save every penny I can. I'm here a lot of times after hours, and we have very loyal employees to this county. And I agree that they need everything that they can get. And I know dollars are tight for everybody in every community. But to say that one department should get something and not others, I don't agree with either. And if there's some solution we can work towards doing, then I say, great, let's look at it, because we did not get a lot of time to look at this. We continually do not get a lot of time to look at the budget in general. Even you can say, oh, we push budgets out to everybody in September to start gathering those numbers. We did not have our first, this board didn't even have a conversation on this budget until today. budget committee met, what, 2 weeks ago? So we literally, our first sample budget of draft numbers was dated October 31st. And then another one got pushed out a week after, so after the committee got done, or, you know, so we aren't given a lot of time to look at these either. I just want to say that.
And we've discussed that, having more than one meeting to discuss a proposal. That has been put on our agenda, yeah. Oh, excuse me, sure. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to just real briefly just echo what the clerk said. Obviously, the undersheriff and I are getting talked about a lot, but again, in no other office in this county, unless I'm unaware, but there isn't another office in this county where the elected official or the deputy make less. So again, what we're talking about, it is certainly a raise, and I am not diminishing that at all. It's a raise, but we currently make less than our team, and that doesn't occur anywhere else in this county. I do agree with the clerk that pay scales for all elected and deputies should be looked at. Again, to what the treasurer said, if we can actually look at these numbers and look at something greater than a 3% COLA for everybody in this county would be a very responsible thing, especially if we are in a good financial position. Obviously, you don't want to spend to not maintain that, but I think in one of the previous conversations, it said that people are the assets and we got to invest in them. And speaking from experience in just the 911 center, finding help is remarkably difficult, and to keep or entice new people, compensation is what we have. So I just again, I mirror what the clerk said. I just want it known when we say, the sheriff and undersheriff, yes, it is a raise, but it's a raise so that we're actually coming up above the individuals that work in the sheriff's office. Thank you, ma'am.
I just have one quick thing. I just want to remind you of the numbers, and I don't believe somebody was absent last meeting, was it? Maybe Commissioner LaRose wasn't, so she didn't hear this. But when I gave you the numbers of what the publicly funded defense attorneys are making as comparison to me, I find that to be very similar to the argument that the sheriff's making regarding the deputies. I don't think it's fair that I'm paid so significantly less than the attorneys with less experience who are working for the public defender. And those are numbers that I gave you. And I understand it's state funded, and I understand that probate is the probate judge is state funded. That makes it different, but it still needs to be fair.
Did you provide those at the last meeting?
We talked about it at the last meeting, numbers that are in the budget for the BIC.
I think it's kind of a timing issue too. Some of this is, just getting the recommendation. You guys, we've had various recommendations, but now a new one today leads to a situation where there's not enough time to really study it and understand it and be able to make a decision that's incorporates an understanding of everything. But as to the elected officials and appointed officials, I agree there's some funding concerns and salary concerns that need to be looked at and adjusted. And I hope that the board will have the time. Maybe it requires a special meeting that gives you that opportunity to review just this issue. It's a significant issue. We spent a lot of time on it already today, but you need to be educated on it as well before just making a decision based on information you got today or 2 days ago. I just found out that a survey was done on probate that I don't even have information on, can't even address today. We have Judge Bolzer here. He was chief judge. He was probate judge here for many years. If you have questions regarding the operations of probate court and the needs and salary demands that you somehow don't trust me to address with you, he's available to do that as well. But as to the salaried positions as well, I think it definitely needs to be addressed and adjusted. Just a question of to what degree. What was the 5%?
Yeah, I put in the 5%, to give you a number, and it would make, the bottom line negative $500 if we did that, but I can remove that 40,500 transfer that we were planning on putting into the emergency services fund, because we could use that money from that general fund percent reduction. We could say we're gonna put only $350,000 into the county improvement fund and 50,000 into the emergency services fund, so it wouldn't affect the bottom line there. That makes sense.
And that's the 5% to.
5% COLA to all non-union, so it'd be 5% across the board. And then a wage adjustment, and then to touch base, when Lindsay talked about the treasurer position being new, what you could do is, because Cheryl and Teresa have been here in their positions for a lot of years, you could make that 63, 64, 5, a 4-step process. So you could say, well, obviously 25 is over with, but you can say 26, you can have a step, 27, you can have a step, and then 28 would be the 64, 5. And then you could reduce that back for the other 2 years so that Lindsay gets to that point after her 4-year term. I mean, there's ways to do that as well.
But that goes back to tracking and making sure that that happens.
Well, you would set that wage right now, so you could, reduce each year by say 5%. And have what she'd get for this, for 26, what she'd get for 27, and then what she gets for 28, and then put it in line.
I don't
for people in
necessarily
here.
agree with that though, because I think whether I'm brand new or not, it's still the same duties. Does that make sense? It's an elected official.
I was just touching base on what you.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I'm grateful and flattered about the 17.5% raise. I think it could be negotiated to be a little bit more fiscally responsible for our county. And I just want a little bit more attention to be on our non-union employees as well. That's all I'm saying.
So can we afford to pay for this?
Yes.
And it would be, where would then our funds be, just to reiterate where the funds would be? I mean, the coming of the funds, I'm talking about the contingency funds and those kind of things. You had just mentioned the 400,000
So
would be switched. to
the resolution to move the percentage of over 40% of general funds to a contingency fund, it was estimated about $430,000. What we would do instead is take 50,000 of that and put it into the emergency services fund that we're creating, and the remainder to the county improvement fund. So we would not have that transfer out of the general fund right now this year, so our bottom line is healthier. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So you're funding that emergency services fund now to utilize for those things. So now you have over $407,000 in the personal contingencies fund. You're gonna have upwards of, sorry, I got two.
Can you just document this and send it to us?
Yeah.
Great.
Sounds to me like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul and everybody's happy but the taxpayer.
How are you robbing you if you have these
You're
funds?
taking them out of another fund to make it all look
These
nice.
funds are contingency funds built to be safeguards. The reason why we didn't touch any general fund dollars for during the ice storm is because of these contingency funds that I put in place. We have county improvement fund that paid for every single expense we had during the ice storm, and it's being
Still
all
taxpayer
reimbursed.
money.
But it's all being reimbursed, and we did not touch anything in our general fund in order to supply anything for the ice storm.
Still taxpayer money.
Just kind of, this is kind of off topic a little bit, but you're talking, you're worried about the taxpayers' money, Bob. I'm just gonna tell you for CMH, and we'll just go with the chief operating administrator. They start at a base, which would be a comparable to April, 95,000 to 132,000. NEMCOG, we were just told, and Michelle sits on that board, so she can tell us how that vote went. You gave your administrator over what, 110,000? Something along there, 108,
You're
110?
comparing different positions.
I'm
to
just
the
saying,
controllers'
these are local community entities.
Are not a
Listen,
county
listen,
controller.
I know, but I'm just saying,
Okay.
these are entities, people in our community that have these jobs, that have these responsibilities and are being paid this amount of money. Our DHD4 starts at 85,000. We're just in the process of hiring to a high of 114,000. 113,000. So these wage comparisons are to get us so that we're not, and those were the only ones I pulled. It's to get everybody to where we are more comparable to the other counties around us. I think we have to do that. We had to do that with the deputies because we were hemorrhaging deputies because it was easy for them to go someplace else and make quite a bit of money more. So we did have to do that. I guess as far as I'm concerned, I don't have any problem with accepting option 2. We could look at that COLA if we can. back off
5%
that.
COLA would give us a budget surplus of 39,942.97, and that's eliminating that 40,500 transfer.
It just decreases it by the, right. And you'll put that in the
Yep.
memo for us. I don't have it.
Breakdown too.
Well, yeah, she's going to, because I don't have any problem presenting that to the public. The part-time person in the probate office, we don't have to make a decision on that. The money is there, sitting there for that.
And before we move on to that, just on the surplus, so we were at a 14,000 surplus. And then increasing to 5% COLA, we're at a 39,000 surplus with the shifts you're doing.
And eliminating that transfer out.
Right, so those lines would have to
40,500.
be updated, that she would have.
So if you are, well, you probably should make a motion on the COLA for your employees. And you probably should make a motion on your elected and appointed, what option you want to do. And I can give you those figures, and then that's gonna go to budget conversation on December 11th. And you can discuss the other items that we talked about today and December 11th to make motions and decisions on, and then approve the budget. But we have to have a bottom line revenue and expenditure number for the budget at least to present, put in the paper.
I would make the motion to accept the option 2 with the 5% COLA with the change in the transfer amount. And that would, so that does give the clerk, the register of deeds, treasurer, sheriff, undersheriff, prosecutor, controller, did I say clerk? And clerk, all those ranges noted.
I'll second.
A motion in a second, we can discuss.
You did say 5% COLA, right?
Yeah.
For my discussion item, I just want to point out,
You get clarification on the motion first before we go forward, if we can, please. So you say your motion was to go with option 2 with the 5% COLA? When you're saying option 2, you're talking about the one that's on the memorandum?
Yes, with the number 2 with the raises.
Okay, and then with the 5% COLA is
For the
that
non-union.
Non-union, okay. So you kind of ran them together, so I
Sorry.
wasn't sure.
Sorry.
So 5% COLA for the non-union and option 2 for these named positions.
Correct.
Okay. I got it now.
Thank you. Yes.
So I'm not in favor of this. I think, as I said, looking at the budget forecast and looking at incremental increases over time, if we feel that we should be brought higher, this is a substantial increase in a single year. I am not in favor of doing this. I do agree with the 5% COLA. I do agree that our employees are a base asset. So I do agree with that piece. I don't agree with the other salary increases that are recommended. And I just want to point out at the beginning of this meeting, there was commentary about how the public, if you were misinformed, because we are not making decisions today, and here we are making decisions. So there was a comment to the public, like, I'm sorry if you were misinformed, that this is just a discussion day, and here we are making these decisions. So I am glad that I did share this with my constituents, so that at least, those who care, maybe they're listening online, they did have a chance to see this, and they can comment December 11th as well. But I don't think I was the wrong one then in presenting this out, because this is being decided on today.
No, because it has to go to a final budget review in December.
It does,
11th.
but we're
No,
taking
listen,
action
listen,
today.
listen.
No, you said it, Mary.
It does need to go to final budget.
It needs, this is what we want to move forward with. This is what we want.
No.
You said you were not making a decision today.
You're removing all the other options.
Well, we were having a review. Sorry, I misspoke. We're reviewing, but we do have to move something on. Oh,
Okay.
that was my misspeak. Sorry, I guess I think it kind of goes without saying that we can't just randomly, we just can't take a straw poll up here.
But
There's five of us.
I understand, but the public was told today's meeting that, I'm sorry if you're misinformed, that this is not an action. So
It's not set in stone. This isn't set in stone. We still have.
You have to have a motion with your budget numbers to go to public hearing.
Exactly.
You have to make a motion on your revenue amount, your expenditure amount, it has to go in the paper for 10 days and go to review for the public hearing on the 11th. So that has to happen.
I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm just commenting on what was said.
I'm just gonna say, because this is budget, I was told I could speak, so I'm gonna ask my question. None of that motion, and there was absolutely no discussion on my presentation. What are your proposal then? Are you just eliminating my part-time probate staff person that I've had all these years? Are you recommending that Jody's wages be eliminated by almost $10,000?
We did not have a stipend discussion yet.
And pardon me?
We didn't have the second discussion.
Well, this is the motion about wages. And Jody's in my wages, and then my budget, I know it's about the budget approval. I guess
We're just talking,
and
this was
court
the elected,
security.
this was the elected.
Only, well, you said the COLA increase for the 5%, that's not elected, that's non-union. So you're talking about it, I'm just making sure you haven't forgotten about that, and if there's discussion, we're still here to discuss it, so I'm just making sure.
Part-time, I mean, do we need to have that discussion? Because I was told we would have that discussion later on that part-time staff that was not included.
Later when, today?
No, I'm saying earlier today, we were supposed to have that discussion, which I guess is now, so. You would ask for a part-time
Well,
employee.
we have, there's a motion and a second on the table.
I was just making sure it wasn't incorporated into that, so.
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's a separate discussion.
Okay. And court security then as well. Because you got the emergency fund as part of this motion, I'm assuming, but we haven't heard about court security.
No, we have a resolution to review on that emergency services for December 11th. So I guess we'll do a roll call, Cheryl.
Well, I guess I want clarification of the motion then. So what is it exactly that you're doing with this 5% COLA? So right now I have a motion by Hardy, seconded by Hamlin to do what with this 5% COLA for non-union in option 3? Are you?
No, option 2.
I'm sorry, option 2 is what I have down. Is this just for budget? I mean, should there be is there something more to your motion that I'm missing? Is this for budget review purposes only? Is this something
Well,
that
this is to be part of the budget, to be able to be posted.
Is that in addition to the option 2?
No.
Wages you're talking about?
Should be a 4-to-1 vote.
Or should it be to place? What the proper?
My motion was basically just to address this wage increase related to the elected.
Right, but it sounds like you weren't doing, this isn't in stone. You keep saying this isn't in stone, so is
Well,
this
because the budget
to
hasn't been
look at our
finalized.
budget number, proposed 5% COLA and a option 3 or option 2, excuse me, I need to put that, I need to change that for some reason.
Why are you making a motion?
For purposes of the budget, yeah, I just think like there's.
Because it's an adjustment to the expenditures. That'll be proposed to the public.
So that.
She's asking, are you making the motion to make that what you guys would like to see move forward as
Right.
actually,
As part
as
of the
that's
budget.
part of fiscal 26, regardless of the budget proposal? She's saying, is that the motion you're making? Is that you want a 5% COLA put into place and option number 2 for your elected and appointed? And then that, you'll have to have a motion again to approve which budget.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's what she's asking you. Is
Part
that
of
you-
the purple, I'm just trying to, because right now, if I were to look at this tomorrow, or somebody were to look at this tomorrow, they may think that, oh, you already did this.
Yeah.
So there needs to be
That's exactly.
something, unless I missed it, Mary, because.
Well,
I'm
do you want to
trying-
put the we could say proposed,
As part of the proposed budget?
related to the wage increases?
Pending final approval at the December 11th meeting?
Yes.
Shouldn't he make a proposal on that?
Then you can read it back.
So a 5% COLA for non-union, option 2,
Proposed.
proposed option 2. For controller, clerk, register, treasurer, sheriff, undersheriff, and prosecutor as part of the proposed budget pending final approval. That's what I have so far,
There you
Mike.
go. And then add that, and then the same for the 5%.
That's in there. That's like the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, so motion by Hardy, seconded by Hamlin. For a 5% COLA for non-union and proposed option 2 for controller, clerk, register, treasurer, sheriff, undersheriff, and prosecutor as part of the proposed budget pending final approval.
Yes.
Okay. Can I just put 2026 budget in?
Yes. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay, now I have it. Oh, was it more and I missed one? Are they on the back somewhere?
No, I think the equalization director and the EM, they've already
They're already been established at prior
already been
motions.
established for 2026. We did that in those motions before.
Okay. So are you ready for a roll call vote?
Yes.
Hamlin.
Yes.
Hardee's,
Yes.
Peltier,
Yes.
LaRose,
No.
DeBrent.
No.
So now we can go back to that stipend discussion.
Nope. Can we get the numbers for the budget?
Oh.
So if you, with the 5% COLA and the option 2 put into place with all the discussion, you wanted to go to the budget hearing, the numbers would be revenues, I guess you need a
What
motion.
page number?
No, I just figured them. So, you need a motion to approve the public hearing notice. And I'll give the revenues and expenditures to Cheryl so we can post it with the paper.
Aren't we? Is this like you're saying this budget? Are we also saying this is the budget that we are putting into that hearing?
To the
We
hearing.
didn't discuss that yet, though.
Yeah, because things can change.
Yeah, they can all change, but we need numbers. So what you got on the proposed with the change to 5% COLA and option 2 are all in that proposed budget besides.
But we didn't even talk about stipends yet, and which are in here.
Yeah, but you're not making a motion on those until December 11th. So we need,
But you want us to make a motion on this, that this is going to public hearing, but this could change today based on today's discussion on stipends.
if you're not making a motion on stipends, it wouldn't change anything. What the numbers are
We
there.
could do like something just, like, why did we do a motion on the COLA then and stuff, but we're not gonna approve or not approve stipends today?
Certainly, we can still change my court security, my part-time, my budget, part-time. We haven't even discussed that.
So we can, okay, we can do it your way. I just.
No, go ahead.
confused
Go
by
ahead. Move on to the other ones.
Sorry, maybe.
I'm just confused by the process, I guess.
So I just
Go to
need to
stipends.
know the stipends, okay. So with the stipends, the question was, why do we roll them in? Is that your question?
It's
about the
not,
stipends?
it's not why, but I don't like rolling them in, and I just wanna give an example. So this happened this year, so this is relevant to me. Maybe this is a one-off, I don't know. So the previous treasurer had a $15,000 stipend. Then the new treasurer was elected. And if that 15,000 was rolled into the salary, that would have been part of the treasurer's salary already. But then when the new treasurer came to the FPS earlier this year, asking about the stipend, then the controller removed the stipend because this was specific to the previous person and the associated duties were completed. So my point, why it concerns me rolling stipends into salaries, is that if this 15,000 was rolled into the treasurer's salary, there would not have been an opportunity to remove the stipend if the duties changed, and the new control or the new treasurer would have received the $15,000 stipend when the controller is saying these responsibilities are completed. So how does that get tracked and reconciled? Then is like somebody get a decrease in because their responsibilities change and how is it all documented? So I also think it's important to talk to the attorney about the legality of rolling a stipend into a salary. I have concerns with it. I think that example, just because it's fresh in my mind, it just happened. It would have been a totally different situation and the current treasurer would have been making $15,000 more currently for responsibilities that are not needed anymore. So how is that tracked and figured out? So that's my concern with it. I don't like rolling stipends into wages. Maybe if it truly is like an ongoing thing that you anticipate is going to continue for a long time, you could maybe modify that job description and adjust the wage accordingly if it's going to be part of that position.
Well, like the magistrate.
The only two that are being recommended to roll in are the magistrate positions. Because that is the duty of that person and do it. And so, and the other ones, they still remain, the in lieu, the law librarian, the BTC court administration, 5,000 grant, the 3,000 EDC, those are all still remaining separately. And same thing with the treasurer one, that would have been a separate one. The 911 coordinator is still staying separate. The only ones that are being rolled in are the magistrates.
So if their responsibilities are part of their job anyway, then why, if they had this pay separate as stipend, then why are they being asked to track their time spent on these responsibilities when it's just part of their job?
That's why we're not asking them to do it. That's why we're rolling it in.
But they were being asked until they pushed back and then there was a conversation about it, so.
Correct, because if it was being separate, we said our veterans recruitment grant, Kristen has to report quarterly to the state on what she does for that grant and has to report everything. Dawn has to do a report every year annually for the CDBG. Those ones require reporting. So what we're saying is if it's going to be remaining separate, there should be some kind of reporting to it. But if you're going to put it into a salary, then they wouldn't have to report on it. Just like what Donna would give a monthly report on her stipend because it's above and beyond her actual job description. But if you roll it in, the magistrates, then they don't have to report it. It's part of their job duty now. It's part of their job description.
Truthfully, they've never had to report it in all of these years, and it would be a court decision, not a county decision as to their reporting requirements, and I wouldn't require it. So that would still be an ongoing issue if the stipend is used instead of wages, but you know, that's up for discussion.
Okay, the process is a little wonky, how this all rolled out, because it wasn't gonna be rolled into their salary until they pushed back. Now it's rolled into the salary. If it's part of the job, is it in the job description for the next person that comes along that they would receive that funding as well?
I would assume we would incorporate that into the job description.
Okay, I mean, that's a different story. If you're paying them for something, you're saying it's part of their job, it should be in the job description. So I'm not in favor of the reporting. If somebody has a stipend and the board feels that stipend is warranted because of the duties they do, I'm not in favor of asking that person to track every hour they spend to earn that stipend, especially to a point that was made at the finance meeting regarding 24/7 on call. I have been in that situation. I worked in wastewater services. We had staff, I fought for them to get paid just to be on call, whether they went out or not, because that is a lifestyle impact. And so to have to track every minute that you're going out on these 24/7 calls, I think is not necessary. As a board member, if there's that much lack of trust in that they're earning that stipend, then that should just be revisited. If it's nitpicking, like, well, they spent 10 hours, but we paid them for 15. So, well, what if next year then it's 20? So is that stipend going to be adjusted every year based on the previous year? And then it just doesn't make sense at that point. So I struggle with asking anybody to track what they're doing to earn a stipend. And I struggle with rolling in unless it is going to be tied into a job description, so it carries forward with that next person. If it's a unique responsibility, then absolutely not, it should not be tied in. And the 6,000, Lindsay just commented on that, like that grant is gone, so that stipend should have gone away as well, I think. So that's all I had on the stipends.
Reporting on a stipend doesn't bother me. You're just saying, you know, especially if you're doing two jobs. I run 3 different cost centers in my job, and I just have to say what I did. Nobody's asking for incremental 15 minutes.
Different, then I can see doing it.
Pardon?
If it's billed different, or it comes from a different fund, I can see doing it.
Well, just so you know, as the court, I'm not gonna require that.
And that's fine, that's your prerogative.
I have a problem with being rolled into a salary if that stipend, the grant is no longer gonna be there for that stipend, so you're gonna be obligated to continue to pay that stipend. If there's
I wasn't
no
paid from a
for
grant, I
it.
was paid from the Veterans Levy Fund, which
So
still
the grants,
exists,
these
and it's still
stipends are
paying for our
forever, they
Veteran
never
Service
go away?
Office. And we have a grant, we're on a wait list to get it for the next year.
So you're saying these grants never go away, no matter what?
The stipend you're talking about was not paid from a grant, it's paid from the levy
To administer the grant.
to administrate the Veteran Service Office and the employees that are working there. In part,
All these stipends are always gonna have the funding. There's no
not
process where it's gotta be approved by a grant.
the Remon grant, again, that's an annual thing, and it gets paid $3,000. The Veterans Treatment Court grant, as long as the person continues to have that grant, it's $5,000, she gets that stipend. The Law Library grant, that gets approved to be paid every October to Cheryl for $750. That's why this review of the stipends was to see which ones are reporting, which ones are not, which ones should be rolled into their jobs because it's part of their job, daily job duties. So that was the whole purpose behind reviewing these, to see which ones needed to remain and be reported on, and because they're already being reported on, and which ones need to be rolled into their salaries.
So relating to that, since like your responsibilities, they're rolled into, the stipend's just gonna get rolled into the salary, was Miss Gordon offered that opportunity since it's part of her daily responsibilities above and beyond, but I still think she does, was she offered the opportunity to roll that into her salary? Going back to like being fair and equitable in wages, you're proposing substantial increases and then removing a stipend that does cut $8,000. But the work still needs to get done, and maybe Judge can clarify that, or responsibilities going away, what
Yeah, well, I
happened?
talked about that. It's all the computer savvy stuff that she's been doing for this board, for all the courts, for management of all the IT stuff that isn't getting done, because we don't have somebody here. that does that. So, but regardless, you wanna wipe out the stipend, I am just saying you equalize the wage, because the wage should be the same as my other administrators. She's an appointed official. She should be on that list. Kristen should be on that list. They should be at the same level, just like the goal is to equalize treasurers and clerks at the same level for their pay. I'm not saying that their pay should all be the same, but I'm saying my administrators should have the same pay. And she certainly shouldn't be less, which is what you're going to be doing, than a part-time equalization director at $53,000. Or less than my deputy magistrate, who I again think is great and her skill is very important and she should be paid properly. But to say that my probate court administrator of 20 years somehow now loses upwards of $8,000 or more is an insult, is a slap, and it needs to be at least equalized. I showed you or told you about the probate court in Presco County, similar job duties, similar size of counties, getting $58,900 for what she does. And you're gonna reduce Jody Gordon to $47,000. That if I lose her, you guys are we're all gonna suffer from that. So, and I think, again, Judge Bolzer's here. You need another person to address that and similar duties between administrators, between probate and district. I think we can kind of do that inside as well.
Looking at that salary information on the orange sheet, looking at.
I don't know that I received the orange sheet.
Well, she said that she'd be less than Shanna. Shanna is going to pay grade 5, so 46,082, and Jody's would be at 48,503, so it's higher.
Wow.
Less the
Wow. Wow, that's really
So
significant difference, isn't it?
I was looking at the orange sheet, I'm sorry. So I see Jody, but it says the fiscal year was 55,075 is what she made with the stipend. Okay. So then you have.
The stipend's still included because it hasn't been decided on, so that's what it's showing.
That,
okay,
yes.
But if you,
showing
the
is
salary would be 48,503 for her position, because she's on pay grade 6 salary.
So what is the next pay grade step for her?
That's it.
No, I just can't.
Okay, I just want to point out the magistrate gets constant calls from deputies, from me at night, in the middle of the night. I mean, it's constant. I don't think just because you have two people that are both labeled court administrator, I think you have to look at, and maybe she should get it, but you have to look at the job responsibilities. You can't just compare them.
Yeah.
Because they're absolutely not comparison in terms of the amount of time that the magistrate has to spend, you know, on her own time in the middle of the night, that kind of thing.
And so the clerks and the treasurers and the register of deeds duties.
So the court administrator, Kristen and Jody, are on the same pay grade at the same step at 48,503. The only difference is you're now incorporating that magistrate 24/7 duty into that wage, adding the $10,000 stipend. That's the difference of the two, but they are paid the same wage.
So can I put you guys on the spot? What was the
So
8,000?
roll it in, don't roll it in, make it a salary adjustment, call it whatever you want. But reduce somebody by $8,000, it's wrong. Especially when I've just heard all these reports about having $2.7 million, $500,000 in another fund, plus a contingency fund, plus $100,000 in, which I'm not saying that most of these people shouldn't get, and wage increases. But only one person is affected, one person in my court by a deduction, come on. That's personal.
You mentioned a couple times Judge Bolzer being here, and since Judge Bolzer took the time to come here, is there anything that you would like to add?
Sure, I'll stand up and talk for 20 minutes.
Like any perspective that you can offer to help in this discussion?
Well, the perspective I have to start with goes back to 1996, Vicki, is that somewhere in that? And I've seen this same battle. I've been in this combat zone since that time, over and over and over again. I fought with the commissioners every year. What ultimately led me to leave the prosecutor's office was when they just eliminated the part-time assistant prosecutor's position, just willy-nilly. And nobody ever came to me. Went to a budget hearing, and well, we've eliminated this.
Things changed.
And so when the 88th District Court split up between Alpena and Montmorency, and that's where these stipends came along for the 88th District Court Montmorency Court Administrator, they wanted to give her stipends. I said, why are you doing stipends? Make it a part of her salary. So I fought this battle again for almost, if I do a simple algebraic equation, almost 30 years. There's certain things that stipends are appropriate for, and that's when there's a grant and somebody's administrating a grant, and that's where a stipend should be in. When somebody is doing their work as a court administrator, magistrate, I think the magistrate and court administrator salary should be split, because the court administrator might not always be the magistrate.
True.
But the salaries both, when I first left the prosecutor's office, I went to Judge Johnson and said, Judge Johnson, have you ever thought about having an attorney magistrate? He goes, oh yeah, I've thought about it a lot. He says, you want to do it? Well, I said, I don't know. He goes, it pays $8,000 a year. And I said, no, I don't want to do it. Because like you've heard today, you're on call 24/7. When Kristen would go away and I was a district court judge, I would take that responsibility. And I didn't like getting woke up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning, Sunday mornings. So that's my 2 cents worth on stipends. As far as the probate register, and I heard April and both Ms. Hardy's talking about her being a court reporter. She's not a court reporter. She is the probate court administrator. That position, the salary for that position has always been lower than most every other county that's comparable to ours in the area. So the commissioners again said, well, we'll give her a stipend to help increase that salary. And so that's where we're at now, is now, based on what I've been told and understand, is that you're thinking about just eliminating that stipend and not increasing her salary. And that's just not fair, because she was never even close in the past to being paid comparably with surrounding counties of our size. And as Judge Green has indicated, she does more than just be a court administrator for the Montmorency County Probate Court. Her IT skills are outstanding. And when COVID hit and courts had to shut down, it was Jody that basically throughout the whole state of Michigan got Zoom started with courts. I know Judge Black relies on her constantly to help with the circuit court, and as does, well, Laura, of course, because she's Laura's employee, Judge Green's employee, excuse me. So, I mean, to just willy-nilly eliminate that stipend is just totally unfair, and not put her at a salary range that's comparable to other probate registers across northern Michigan.
So the stipend you're saying was because so the stipend was put in for what purpose?
To increase her salary.
And so it wasn't necessarily for specific anything.
Not really.
It was put in 2022. It didn't start until 2022.
Well, we, as for 2021 and beginning of January 2022, it was approved. And it was to address also that additional work she always does for this county in terms of the IT work that she does. She's always up here. I don't know how many times April, Dawn, Cheryl, all of you say, we don't know how to get this up and running for the Zoom meetings, for these Zoom meetings, for whatever it is that you're doing. She's the one who always has to come up and do it. She's the one who has to deal with the jabs and the Cherryland and all the other issues that are problematic when the circuit court in Alpena calls and says we've got problems. She's the one who deals with all of those things. And that was part of the way to address giving her the competitive and proper compensation, but in the form of a stipend. So whether it's in the form of a stipend or adjusting her salary, you can't. You really,
well, if you
out of fairness, out of equity, out of conscience, just say all of a sudden you're out $8,000. Figure out your finances starting in January, because you're out $8,000, and nobody else in this county, in this building, is being knocked out like that. And most everybody else is being increased. Come on.
Well, that's what we're trying
Look
to
at that,
discuss here.
please.
So what? So what were you looking at?
Well, I just looked at some notes here.
Okay.
And to say, I didn't object to, and I'm not questioning Pam's authority to be advanced to a different level. You know, whatever the situation is. So for someone to question the skills of my staff, who have no idea what she does, it's ridiculous as well.
So can we do, so so what she does, is it all in her job description? All of
I
this
the
other-
stipend. I
Because
believe
I'm just looking
I
at-
believe in that study that was done in 2022 when they asked all those questions. That was already rolled in, so I believe Ms. Gordon, when she was filling out the questionnaire, included all of those duties as part of her job.
And I know, yeah, the response.
And I have an addition to that. There's many a times, and I'm gonna speak for Kristen too, not only are we supporting our local county, not only myself and Kristen have had to go to our sister county and support them because of our time here. And we continually support, and you know, that's why we're here. And I was actually under the impression that I was appointed. And when the wage study started, it got switched. I questioned it. When Judge Bolzer was the chief judge and probate judge, there was only two other people getting salary wages. And it was the undersheriff and myself and the equalization director.
And so for some reason, I've just kind of been thrown off the map because of whatever reason, I don't know. But I think that definitely a review of how that's gonna work for myself and Kristen, because we are appointed, should be a consideration. Because when your salary, you're called on, and we work under the will and pleasure of the court. And there's many, like when Judge Green was taking the position of pro tem chief judge, not only myself and Kristen, but high shift of workload handling the circuit court. So there's a lot of things that come in, and it's hard to put everything on paper. I'll be happy to do so.
So how did we get from employee to appointed?
They always been appointed. There's a statute. The probate judge appoints the probate registrar.
They're
It's a
not
statute.
county appointed officials, which is what we're talking about with elected and appointed officials. They're court appointed within their office. They're not considered county appointed officials. And they were put on the wage scale during the wage study. Both Shanna and Kristen were. Jody was put on pay grade 5 of the original wage study, and Kristen was put on pay grade 7.
Madam Clerk, if I can say a couple more words.
Yes, please.
In my tenure as an attorney, as a judge, as a prosecutor, I've been to many judicial conferences, and it is this board's obligation to fund courts necessarily so that they can perform their duties. And I have seen 3 or 4 instances where the county commissioners refuse to do that. And the only way for the court to adjust and is to sue the county. And there was one with Otsego, Crawford, and Kalkaska County that and I don't know the exact numbers, but it was in millions of dollars the county spent in legal fees just to fight that lawsuit, because they would not, at that point, fund their circuit court appropriately to allow the court to comply with their statutory duties. So, I mean, I suppose if you want to underpay, at least in this instance, probate register sufficiently, and Judge Green and I have talked, I said, well, the first thing you need to do is first talk to Judge Black, but then bring lawsuit against the county to force them to fund that court appropriately so it can comply with its duties.
Well, the appointed related to the office.
Right.
That makes sense to me. I was getting confused with we're an employee because we get salary, we get stuff.
And
now we're getting an appointed. So that makes a difference.
The probate court employees and the district court employees are not county employees, they're court employees. Yeah, yeah.
And I didn't understand that distinction either, that she was only addressing county appointed versus court appointed.
Yeah, so that's a distinction.
But there's still.
So the difference that we're talking about in salary, and I'm just looking at, again, this orange. So the difference is if we keep her intact, it would bring her to $26.65 an hour. Is that what we're saying?
On salary.
Yeah, I don't use it hourly. I'm asking for the same salary that Ms. Chidi is receiving. I talked with Chidi about it. I mean,
that's what's throwing me off, because we're doing
Is that
salary and
with
we have
the
employee
8,000
scale.
put back in?
So
it would be the same.
because we don't have her on that salary scale. She's on an employee scale for us.
So currently they're both on pay grade 6, getting a salary of the 48,503, which would be the 3%, well, 3% COLA. That's before the 3% COLA, sorry. It'll be more now with 5% COLA. If you approve the magistrate wrapping into district court, then I'd add an extra column basically that would just be the court appointed district court, and you could do court admin probate, and you'd have 2 different salaries pointed there. You could have the 10,000 added into Kristen's and 8,000 added into Jody's if that's the case. But I would not make those decisions. Judge Black specifically emailed and asked not to talk about this and make a decision until. So did I.
I talked to him last
Yeah.
night.
And he said to wait till December 11th, so he can talk on the matter.
You still have to put something in the budget, so you have to
Well, we could
agree
put-
as
we
to what
could-
the proposal is. So I'm asking what you put as the proposal, and I'm asking.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. We could put in the high and have that discussion with the judge. We can put that in and have that discussion because he's.
Put the 8 and 10 back in and consider it.
The 10's already in.
Okay,
Well, I don't think there's a problem with putting, because if these are court appointed job duties, and then I don't see any problem with rolling in the other ones. They should be rolled in. That's
Yeah, I'm
part of
fine.
their, that is part of their duties, is what I'm not hearing.
I agree. Putting that back in.
Because that would be Kristen and that would be Kristen and who was the other person? Shanna. Moving Shanna up on the scale to cover that difference. Am I correct?
Does this orange sheet have Shanna up? the scale?
Yeah, but those are 3%, so those aren't even gonna be accurate now.
But this was up on the wage scale?
Yeah.
So. In which case. No, we weren't asking for anything. In which case, this would be similar to a correction is what I'm seeing. Would be a similar correction as to what we're trying to do to bring up. The other people on the wage scale. No, no, that's what they're just saying. It's not. It's from the court appointed needs, doing the electronic and all of that. They're saying it's not.
What do we need to move this along?
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
We need to make a motion.
A motion to can.
Well, it would be
bring,
the similar thing to be, to
Gordon
put,
up to the same as Cheney. Pending final approval.
I'm thinking,
You add the 8,000, it wouldn't be the same. Kristen was 10,000 and she was on call 24/7.
There'd be a slight.
well, I would suggest I would make the motion, that we tentatively increase that wage up to. Because and again, this does not include the COLA that you just put in. Is that right? Would be the putting that 8,000 back in and making that part of. Rolling it in as part of the salary,
Yep.
not an actual
Stipend, rolling it right into our wages, yeah.
With Kristen and Jody rolling the stipend into.
I was just talking about Jody, and Kristen would be going to.
She stays, I already have her in there with the 10,000 added in.
Right. Oh, she's already defined in here? Okay, so it would just be Jody.
I gotta update these numbers though.
On mine, it had 15.
So rolling the stipend for Jody Gordon into the wage salary.
Right. And rolling it into the salary, because what I'm hearing is this is not a specific need for the stipend. That's what Judge Bolzer just said. It is actual duties of the job. It's a job duty addition.
Right, and it was within her job duty description put in there, so, yeah.
Yeah, I think when she filled out the form, she just said, here's everything I need.
Yeah, I agree that needs to be added back.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
I don't know exactly what the motion is.
It would be the same. It would
would
be similar to what we did the last time, the motion.
Right, but you said tentatively increase Jody Gordon.
Well, I would do the same wording. You did so well on the last one. The wording, to the proposed increase. I don't want to give the dollar amount because that's gonna be.
So essentially
So to add that $8,000 into her salary.
Tentatively. We put eliminating the stipend.
Right.
So tentatively eliminate stipend of 8,000 and enroll into
you call it a base?
Into
wage or-
salary
Yeah, into salary. Yeah.
for Miss Ford.
And we have a second? You said you'd second it, Michelle?
Yes.
So any further discussion?
Should that not, the motion should not, I know Kristen's is in the draft budget, but it's still making that change. So just acknowledging that on these two, we are putting the stipend into the salary. We're eliminating a stipend and just increasing the salary by the stipend amount. I don't understand.
Or maybe make a
Yeah.
second motion so that, because her dollar amount is already in there, just add the stipend, or just rolling the stipend, yes. That we're
Just to
doing.
make it clear that that
Right.
decision was made on those.
Can we do
two.
that on a second one?
Yeah,
Do
that's
that on a
fine.
separated
Yeah,
one, just
mhm.
because
Separated.
Jody's will be Jody's then, and. Any further discussion? Roll call. Excuse me when you're ready.
Hardee's,
Yes.
Peltier,
Yes.
LaRose,
Yes.
DeVrent,
Yes.
Hamlin. Yes.
Motion passes. The second would be, we've already, well, we're not removing anything because the budgets, because the way this is gonna be proposed, it's still going to be there just to make it a, how do we want
You're
to say
still
that?
doing, I think you're still doing the same thing. You're eliminating it as a stipend
Just
and
a-
making it. a
And
part of
rolling
the
it into,
salary.
yeah, there you go. Eliminating the stipend and rolling it into. Job duties. That's part of her job duties. And those job duties are defined by you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. You ready, Cheryl? Roll call.
Second. Yes. Yes. Peltier,
Yes.
LaRose,
Yes.
DeVrent,
Yes.
Hamlin. Yes. Hardee's.
Yeah. Motion passed. Now, to finalize the proposed budget figures for the public hearing, it will need to be updated.
What are we doing with the Shannon one? Are you not? Yeah, I don't think we did anything with Shannon yet. I thought there was similar or something.
She was moving the pay grade 5 to a salaried employee with a payout.
Oh, she's just moving to a different wage.
You're also eliminating her share, her stipend.
Eliminating the stipend and creating her, making her a salaried employee.
So do you want that to be an motion as well? Okay. So just what they said, Cheryl.
And
I'm sorry.
up to
To
pay grade 5.
eliminate the deputy magistrate stipend for Shanna Furman and move her to pay grade 5 and make her a salary position with all PTO and comp time paid out at the end of the year.
And then in that regard is to,
Grade 5, step 5.
all three of them, their job duties will incorporate those magistrate duties.
Correct.
Well, I'll make sure that's done as part of
Into
my-
the
For us,
description or
just
whatever.
to make it clear, it is court appointed,
I'll make sure.
not
that
the
it's-
county appointed.
Yeah.
We have that correct.
I'll
Yeah.
take care of that.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, I was confused on that myself.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
So
it.
do I have a second for that or no?
A second.
Do you second? Motion second, further discussion? Go just a roll call when you are ready, Cheryl.
Rose,
Yes.
DeVrent,
Yes.
Hamlin. Yes. Hardee's,
Yes.
Peltier.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I lost that. Other. Is that all we needed? Now we just need to put the numbers to pass on for the public hearing.
I'll still get court security in my budget.
The support. Court security, I think that was reviewed. We had that sheet. And that was talking about.
Putting up a fund, budget, and a fund, and officially my recommendation after speaking with the treasurer was to utilize the DTRA F surplus to create that fund.
Did the budget committee discuss this?
I submitted the memo, I gave a presentation as to recommendation. There's nothing in the controller's notes about it, and there's nothing mentioned in the budget at all about it, so.
I'll talk on
I don't
that.
see a recommendation.
I didn't put any recommendation in it because reviewing the scale recommendations and the list of things that we've done, we're working on getting updated camera systems. We've updated the access systems. We're planning on doing changes with that. The things that are remaining on the scale recommendations are the two main things were having a full-time security officer and having a scanner put at the front door of the building. And doing that, again, those have been conversations in a lot of our security meetings. The other items we talked about, Judge Green and I going over, is doing relocations of offices. So that would be reorganizing offices, moving around if we have to do any construction. All of those types of things are gonna fall under county improvement. They're gonna be things like that, having a separate court security. They're not court functions, it becomes the whole building. So having a court security fund for those items when it's the whole entire building is not an accurate thing, because it would have to be chosen by the board to do, and it's county upgrades.
Do we have like CIP for county upgrades, building upgrades, needs like
We
that?
don't have anything in place.
Call it a security fund. I don't care if it's court or building security, you know, but the fact that it's not funded, every time I say we need to have somebody here, we need to get this equipment. Well, we might be able to get a grant to get the equipment, but why apply for the grant? Because we don't have the funding for the employees. So until we actually fund, I keep getting, nowhere on actually making the progress that all the other courts, many of them have. And
How many of our local courts have a designated person?
Alpena has Deputy Lash, is that how you say it? Lash, I believe. He is responsible for the security in the courts there. He is a little difficult because they have a court across the street, but he has to go back and forth between them. They have deputies for the hearings, which we have as well. But in terms of cases, they do have some machinery that they'll utilize if there's a concern that there's going to be some contested matters or English. But it's Deputy Lash, isn't it, that still kind of goes around there?
I don't think.
Yeah, as far as I know.
And some courts, actually, lawyers are all conspiring is not the right word, pulling together because they've issued letters that have been in the paper. I don't know if you've seen it. Their concerns about the lack of security there as well. So it's not only our courts and our buildings that have that problem, but our smaller communities are hit the worst because we don't have the funding like Wayne County and other counties where they put in the security right away. So it's just that we'll never get there. We don't start.
Well, we've had I know on our docket, we've talked about over the past year, getting that, because you had mentioned before, changing offices so that you have one entrance and you're not crossing halls.
Yeah,
Mentioned that before. So that's probably a first step to get that done. So who's going, I don't know that
it's going to create a lot of disruption here and people's opinions about that. And so, it requires some sensitivity as well. We do that. Or put up barriers or create a one entrance building, which is, the primary recommendation, which means switching a lot of problems.
Right.
So, but that's what they do. Alpena District did it, and it's inconvenient as heck, but people are putting up with it. Those are just things that, but even to figure out how to do that, you got to know that there's funding to do it. And just to say there's a contingency fund or there's a building fund, but there's never enough in it, or there's other things that need to be done. I'm just asking for it to be a consideration. Security is huge, and I feel like it doesn't get addressed. And we have a surplus that's available. Doesn't even bite into the general fund.
Were there conversations about that surplus being used for something else? Like if it's available for that?
We were talking about the court access or the access, the cameras, the emergency generators. We talked about the budget surplus being used, that DTR surplus be used for that. So to put it in a separate fund and not have it for those things, then those things are not going to be taken care of properly.
I think there needs to be more of a plan of exactly all of those. Because we're talking about that generator, but it's something that we do have the contingency funds. We do have the county improvement fund. So maybe if we can, so you're not talking switching offices now, that's what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the whole picture is gonna look like, but I mean, it requires input from probably several people within this building. But certainly the way it's set up down there is
there a way?
kind of weird, you know. We got all these offices surrounding the courtroom that aren't court-related offices, and then we have the court right next to the prosecutor, which I'm not sure is appropriate. We have district court up here on the second level. I mean, some of this needs to be reviewed and reallocated. It's not, it hopefully would make things safer, more efficient, more convenient. It doesn't eliminate what happens when people come in to the building and are a safety risk.
Does that have to be done at this budget? Because if we're talking about using those funds, we can transfer those funds and do that later. Once we have a better.
I think we have to do something with our surplus.
I have deemed the surplus, I did before July 1st in our resolution. But it hasn't been necessarily accepted and those funds have not been transferred.
Right, we don't have to transfer them. So, but I'm just saying.
No, you don't. We did the same thing with the 700,000 that we did.
Okay, so if the county doesn't accept them this year, then it would just essentially be included
in
the next.
Right,
surplus.
okay. Yeah, you're not losing it.
So do we want to do a fund that's just security or not?
Well, I'm saying we already have the DTRF fund. We already have that surplus money sitting in there. So let's get a better plan. Maybe you need to talk to a contractor. I don't know. I'm not part of that committee. Get an actual plan and an actual dollar amount and see what we can actually do.
What are we
Adding
looking
a
for
full-time
today to
employee.
form like a planning commission to decide when and how much we're willing to?
So the office reorganization has been on the controller's report as a future item for discussion for quite some time. What does it take to gain traction and actually taking a look at?
It's definitely not agreed upon by all offices. So it's going to be a very heated conversation because people don't want to move their offices. They like where they're at.
Of course they do.
So
But
it's
what
good.
does it take to take steps to make progress on that?
So the judge and I would have to basically sit down and look at a plan that we want to put forward and then present it to the board to make that decision. And then you say those offices are moving. But again, it's not going to make everybody happy.
And then when you do that, then you got to consider the security, the amount of money that you want to put toward
Correct.
upfitting
And
or whatever.
Right.
Right.
I mean, you're never probably going to have a 1-point entrance because of the way this building is set up as like a maze. You're going to probably have 2 entrances at all times, but you couldn't lock down the door between the 2 of them that only staff can run between 2 buildings. So they're not in the back.
Yeah.
So then you have created
Right.
an access here for county services, you have access here for court services. I mean, you're going to have that.
Yeah, but today we don't need to.
No.
So if that can be on the docket to do that. Because we do have the funds available, like Lindsay said, and GTR, if that wants to be utilized like that, if we deem that appropriate. Because otherwise, we're not sure. Starting a fund isn't.
Well, I mean, you have some funds that have maybe no funding this year, so I just don't, I think so that we keep an eye on it. I think there ought to be a line item that addresses building security or it be under the building fund, but as a whole building court security line item.
Well, if you can get a timeline of when you're able to, put some of that.
Well, I mean,
desire down.
that just be footnoted.
And it is like our camera access, those things are all footnoted
I mean,
within building
this-
and grounds.
this fund or this chunk of money for.
Well, that's all part of it, correct?
Yeah. But the thing is that they have to come in front of the board to make a decision if it's done, so then it gets added to the budget at that point. To just have a blanket line with nothing that you guys approved to get done to the building, then it doesn't really suit.
Then it's a blank line. We don't know what all that encompasses. So if we can get that all worked out, but that doesn't need to be in here considering if we're gonna use the DTR.
It'd just be a transfer in.
It's just
Right.
been since 2011 that these recommendations have been made.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm just saying, set a time, you know, find the time in your scheduling and get that fleshed out a little bit. So, and maybe have those conversations, and if it's,
Like, the board needs to decide too, do you want to pay for a full-time security officer here on the premises? Do you want to have those scanners? Those are recommendations, but they're not required. And you
Right.
guys need to decide if that's something you want to do, because there's no point in either of us spending our time searching for the money on it or doing it if you guys don't want to have that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, well, so, all right,
That would be
so,
strategic planning.
so that's a whole different story then, because now I'm talking building, now you're
Yeah.
talking adding another person.
Yeah.
I know in Presque County, there sits empty, has been sitting empty.
Maybe the board
There-
would benefit from a visioning session beginning of the year. Like, what are we, as a board, what is our vision? What's important? Where do we need to start to look at planning for things going forward? It seems like it's like piece by piece as things come up, but if we can kind of look out farther and anticipate and work together on that stuff with the departments too, I think our county will benefit from something like that.
Yeah, for something like that, if that's something that,
Even as we talked about for these board meetings and, especially the night one, having security is an important part of that, and making sure, right now, someone comes in, we're here at nighttime, they're rolling, potentially someone could just decide to walk all over. We have cameras, but, it's still out there. So I agree, it's not just a security issue for courts, it's the whole thing.
and then there's something too, I know Judge Black had something else coming with the gun.
Yeah, interim fire policy.
So there's other things that are related to that security issue, so let's
All right.
get that on the timeline.
We were at that 15.
As to my budget adjustments on there, I was asking for the 5,750. That was the remaining, I think that's the remaining, and the part-time position. And the hotspots, those were the only three disputed issues. Essentially disputed issues.
I have no problem with it, choose what you're gonna use. I think that seems appropriate. I still don't quite understand why the phones don't have a hotspot. Are we talking private? Are we talking?
Private.
So if they went to,
So in the budget for them, I left the hotspot and removed the phone reimbursement, because we're saying that we're recommending one or the other. You're gonna either get your phone reimbursed or you get the hotspot.
And that's fine,
the phone has the hotspots.
Yeah, so it would basically the policy be in place where you can get a county phone line, like our emergency manager has a county phone line. Or you can have a phone reimbursement, or you can have a county hotspot, but you choose the one, and that's what it's budgeted for in all those departments is one.
Okay, so does that change the bottom line?
Nope. I have the numbers if you want to do it for the,
Yes.
so I need a motion to approve the numbers for the public hearing for December 11th, and I can read the numbers once you do that motion.
What did you decide my 5,750? And
I
my
thought,
part-time position.
Those are gonna be discussed at December 11th, right?
right,
So the public won't have an opportunity to review that as a budget issue and have a comment?
Review it without it.
well, the 5,000, I thought we had already said that 2,000 of that part of that was the stipend, correct?
It was an additional
It's not a
stipend.
It was an
stipend, it's a
addition, oh, it's an
service.
additional stipend.
It's the website.
Pays
Not a stipend.
$2,000 to Jody to manage the court website.
And I guess if we don't do that, I'll submit my quotes for the third party.
But you just said that she handles all the court and technology and everything for things, and that's why we
Not the
included the
website.
$8,000 stipend into
Right,
her
that
wage.
wasn't
Not the
part of it.
website, it's not included in that.
That was a separate service, so whatever, you know, you don't do it, you don't do it, but I will.
Most counties only have
close
one
down that
county website.
Well, we have, but they can go in as their own. She can still manage her own site on the county's website, correct?
No, we probably won't have one. That's the case, or I'll have to hire out, because odds are this, we're probably not to provide that service. But it'll be significantly more. Just so you know, and I'll be seeking that funding.
Anybody want to make a motion regarding that?
And that doesn't address my guardianship fees that I was requesting.
Where's this guardianship?
They asked for an additional $5,750 and we left it at $1,000 because historically it shows that there was nothing used in those lines. So I stated I'd put it in the notes that those are things that are possible to happen and it can be discussed on a case by case basis, but to just throw $5,750 in there just in case, we did not add that.
Where's the note that says it's possible to approve? Oh, the updated breakdown note, these are possible.
Okay, so it's a known expense that could occur.
The part-time hiring,
The
freeze, you said you're gonna
2,000
do
is an expense. The 3,000 is an anticipated expense starting that we believe is gonna occur because we don't have a public guardian and we're gonna need one for occasional situations. And then the $500 related to one day visiting judge for situations where I'm out sick or on vacation or at a conference. So, and we have been diligent to try not to use those funds. But to have to, when you have a need for a guardian, court-appointed guardian, and you have to pay them because there's no one else that will do it, you can't wait and come to a board meeting and say, I'm going over budget, can you give me this money? Or I shouldn't have to go to the controller's office to say, okay, you've got this ability, this $10,000, adjust this. I'm just asking for that cushion.
It's in your budget, though, you can make adjustments, any of your lines to cover any expenses, but you already have, but we added money to different lines already.
For that 1,000 that's there.
Thousands there, plus there's added money in other, in different lines above as well.
Not for my court-appointed guardians, it's not part of that. I don't, anyway.
Why was it not added for a court-appointed guardian?
Tell me.
Because it wasn't used in previous years, we did not add $5,000 to that line, we left it at the 1,000.
3,000.
It was 1,000 for the last few years.
Court-appointed guardian.
Okay, but it was been $1,000 that
request.
line has been for many years and no activity in that line. So we
Isn't it
left
better
it
to
at
be more
1,000.
conservative?
Because we've been very conservative
needed.
about it and have not needed to do that, but we've already just gotten a call yesterday from the person and the company that does this work that they don't want to do that anymore because they're not, their compensation levels have changed. And so I already have somebody sitting there with a guardianship need and no guardian to do it and no funds within that person's account to pay it. So we as a court have to supplement the guardian fees. We've been lucky. We haven't had to hire a public guardian like some counties. They pay salaries. They pay, and some of it gets offset by
So what
the
is the
board's
dollar
money,
amount?
but.
What is the dollar amount you're talking about?
I'm talking
What I
about
read was
3,000.
3,000 versus the
She
1,000.
wants, she has to add 5,750.
3,000 for the public guardian, $500 for the visiting judge, $2,000 that we ask for every year for the website services.
So we already
That
paid,
is
we paid
significantly
$350 for hosting the website.
That's not.
But then
a
you're
service,
asking for
that's the
2,000
cost
and you
of the
told us in budget committee it was to pay to Jody.
No, it wasn't. That is. the
That's what you
cost.
told us in
No, I
budget
didn't.
committee,
No,
didn't
I
she?
didn't.
It's not
You
a
said it.
stipend, it's a service. It has not, it's never been paid as a stipend. I had to invoice, Kristen approved it. We went through the process of judge approving it. When we did the grant through MSP, that's back when Judge Bolzer was here. And again, you level me. I
It's
don't
no
know.
different
Yeah.
than these other stipends people are getting, but it's not a stipend, it's a service.
And I can hire a different company to do the service.
I think that would be
the
the best,
And
to
I'll
hire
just do
another
that.
company.
And I'll send you a request for a budget increase
Yep.
because it's gonna be more than $2,000, but I do need that maintained.
It could also be maintained on our county
No, it
website.
cannot, because I'm not going to merge the county and the court in that way. Just can't. So,
Isn't that what budget adjustments are for?
Other counties have one website.
they might, but.
A lot of counties don't, a lot of courts have
But
their own.
most of them also have a IT person that's right there doing it, just like Alpena County does. But we don't have that, and I'm not going to rely on Controller's office to manage my website. I'm not gonna call them every time I need to change. I'm doing that within my own court. So,
Why don't you want to call the controller's office?
that's just, because we've already had those problems. The visual of it is not ADA compliant. The changes aren't always correct. So then we're always having to say, well, these changes aren't consistent with what we're doing. It's just, and they shouldn't be doing the website.
There's not accurate information right now on the court website either.
So
There you
for
go.
the, so
It happens.
we're going that the guardianship is probably more of an issue than the figuring out the website at the minute. So what she's asking for is basically 500 for a judge and 2,000 instead of the 1,000 to be in there for the guardian.
3,000.
3,000.
Right, 3,000 total.
And the
but you said
1,000 is
500
for
of
other
that.
services.
Other services.
It was, that's,
So why can't the judge come out of that?
pardon me?
So why can't the judge come out of that? At 1,000?
That's why we
That
put
was
the 1,000 in there,
$500.
because it hasn't been utilized and it wasn't needed in the prior years. So we left it at 1,000 because there's other budget items use that 1,000. If the 1,000 was being expended every year and above and beyond, then we would have recommended a higher amount in there, but we didn't.
But you have. a
But we
department
increased
head
other lines.
Saying that it's a very probable cost, and whenever you're doing expenses, you always want to overshoot your expenses and undershoot revenues. If you have an expertise telling you we are probably going to spend $5,000, why would you start from the get underestimating?
And we've never gone over. I mean, we watch
Right,
this.
that's, yeah, that's.
And I think
why
that
I'm
should be
not saying
respected,
it.
that has happened through all the years I've been working for the probate court.
There's enough money in the budget within those lines to cover any of those extra costs. That's the point of it.
Well, anyway, the situation, apparently, for some reason, this is a big issue. And I don't know why, but,
Well, anybody can make a motion up here.
Well, I'll make a motion then to add the requested budget of $6,750 for the preliminary budget for review of the public hearing. Is that what you're asking?
I'll second
For
that.
motion? I don't know what a motion needs to be.
6,000?
That's
Versus
what
the
the
five.
budget request was.
And none of that can be made out of budget adjustment.
It can be.
Hmm.
It can.
It would change our bottom line by $6,000.
Then we don't need a motion, do we?
Well, we keep talking about how we have all this money, so why are we not trying to be conservative and just plan for what?
Because we don't put $5,000 just in case in every person's department to budget. They budget and they give a list of things. That's the point.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. Any further discussion?
Can you just use the language however that was, like this is pending, right?
This is what I have. I have motion by LaRose, seconded by DeBrett, adding the probate request of $6,750 for the preliminary budget.
You can change it to 5,000 because there's already 1,000 there.
was a total of 6,750.
I'm fine with the 5.
5,000. Yeah.
No, the 5,000 is not there. There's already 1,000 there. She's
Right, so
asking
you're
to
saying the
increase
5,000.
5,750.
I'm saying the total would be 6,750.
Okay.
And that's for the court.
So the proposed
Services.
total would be $6,757. Motion and second. Roll call, whenever you're ready.
Brent,
Yes.
Hamlin, Hardee's,
No, and it's just because it can be adjusted, I'd like to. have it from-
Peltier,
No.
Rose.
Yes.
So can we have those numbers?
You want to make a motion and I'll read the numbers off?
Yes. I'll make a motion. Replace my part-time. You didn't do my part-time person either.
No, I have to. No more than 5 minutes, I gotta go.
I make a motion to present the budget for the budget hearing. The following.
Revenues, $5,695,379.66. Expenditures, $5,666,930.38.
I'm sorry, what were the expenses again?
$5,666,930.38.
I've made a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Can you please repeat the motion?
Who seconded the motion?
Peltier.
I have a motion by Hardy, seconded by Peltier to present for the budget hearing revenues of $5,695,379.66 and expenditures of $5,666,930.38 for a public hearing to be held December
11th.
At 6 p.m.
In your discussion, just so you know, I don't know if you made a decision on the prosecutor's assistant's position officially in terms of advancing her to the next level. Or my request for part-time position. I guess that both of those would just be viewed on December 11th. Or I don't know if that person's in the budget, then might need to address that.
Roll call, please, Cheryl.
Hamlin,
Yes.
Hardee's,
Yes.
Peltier,
Yes.
Rose,
No.
Brent.
No.
Motion passes.
Take a short recess.
Michelle has to go. I should ask. Yes. 5 minutes.
My keys are. Yeah.
I work up very far, I guess.
No.
Hope it goes well. Thank you.
Yeah. All running. Yeah.
Mine's hidden somewhere. It's in here. But still need this list.
Is that for, like property liability? Or are they going to lunch or are they coming in?
How long's your break, Ms. Hardy's? Mr. Hardy's?
Was it 10 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if you were doing a lunch break.
No, I'm waiting for them to come back so I can go.
Oh.
But I'm not gonna.
Would you like to use the jury room?
No, it's
I can
alright,
take you
they'll-
down there.
They shouldn't be there. Okay. Right? I can stand here. I should say that. We don't know.
I need to stand up too.
Are you cooking tomorrow?
No.
No.
Cook, so I'll take it.
Yeah.
Said you want me to bring anything? What? And then I got downgraded to. Oh, I'm not your
Right.
So I just stopped. I'm like, you know what? You don't want to bring anything? I'm gonna eat and I'm gonna take a nap. And I always want to. Yeah. Yeah.
That's just as important.
I was thinking, one of our kids.
Go on the date.
I'd be over there. Yeah, because you don't have any questions around that. And then it's us, so. Meal, it's like just too much. So
Yeah.
I said, well, let's just. Maybe I'm just. I'm just.
Yeah.
And we'll just do some shopping.
Yeah, you doing that Thursday or Friday?
I know.
It's the only
Yeah, we
thing.
did talk about that.
Oversight.
Yeah.
Before the wedding. I don't know, we'll see. We're not gonna be on her here.
We're just chilling, I'm cooking, but low key. My oldest son and daughter-in-law stop by. The youngest is like her, one of her side, she works all day. Yeah. And then Saturday. And we do pizza. Oh, and they're talking about this. So bring it back here, 'cause I went last month.
Oh, yeah. I don't.
So my kids think it's very expected. When I told children, so what happened pizza? Tell them about the second one.
Yeah.
They're like, well, let's get together Saturday night.
Yeah, well, that's what
Oh,
I wish we don't care, really, but it's never had any more.
Oh, whatever, I can't hear you. Yeah, I haven't.
Contributions and girls over there.
Done, it's done. He's like, there's a couple. I mean, not the whole body. Yeah.
You don't know this.
I was make homemade potatoes and whatever. If they really have lots of leftovers.
Oh, I know.
I'm gonna use it on one end. Once the leftovers. Sorry, I'm
Yeah, so have fun.
You can come back. Cheryl, tell us when you're ready.
We'll see what's in chairs, so, oh, did Michelle have?
But yeah, so I was just gonna tell you, she had. So we're to 13B, the software contract.
Hold on a second, let me get Chuck going. I gotta make a notation that Commissioner Hamlin had a lead.
So 13B, the software contract.
Registered deeds presented us with a new contract. We originally had it with Avenue. It was for $1,441 a month. This one's with Numo. It's the same company, but I guess they changed names, is what my understanding is. The new amount's gonna be $1,660 per month, so it comes out of the automation fund, and I need approval for her to sign the contract.
I make a motion to approve the register of deeds to sign that contract with Numo. That's the one we discussed in WS, correct?
I'll second.
Motion a second, discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
You don't need a roll call, well, necessarily.
It's a contract.
Hardee's,
Yes.
Peltier,
Yes.
LaRose,
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Motion passes. New business, 911 committee, the citizen at large, John Jones.
That's me. Okay, so what I have, I'm just kind of making you aware. John Jones is our citizen at large, and he would like to remain the citizen at large. And the reason I brought it up to you is that it says we're supposed to appoint in January in the bylaws, and that the citizen at large shall serve for 1 year. That's kind of not realistic, but it's okay. In the past, we had them do an oath. And when I checked with Cheryl, we haven't done it in a couple of years. And I don't know that it's necessary. It's not stated in the bylaws that is necessary, but I'm just, I guess, making you guys aware because it doesn't give details.
And
in the
that's just to
bylaws.
be the citizen at large at your 911
Yeah.
committees?
Yeah. So I'm just gonna leave it as is, if it's okay with you. I'm really just kind of advising you. If you wanted something different, or if you wanted to change that, we would have to do so, but it's kind of been mixed. So I thought we should
And it does,
clarify.
but it does have to be every year.
Well,
Every year appointment, or
it
is that
says
part of
it-
your bylaws?
Yes.
Okay.
How long has it been like this?
How long, well, we've had the citizen at large from the time I took over,
So
and
many years.
we had one person that served for, gosh, I don't remember, let's say 6 years, because he served the majority of the time. He got sick and passed away. And the new person started, and what we did is put that in the paper and said, hey, do you want to be the citizen at large? So they did, but they took I guess an oath.
If it's appointed by the board, then
Yeah.
that's the only time I do an oath.
Right, so I had asked Cheryl and we looked, but the last one was 2023, so the bylaws don't say that is necessary. So I'm just bringing that to your attention, that
But you're saying because she's asking it to be an appointment, it isn't an oath.
well, what I'm saying is that the bylaws state that the advisory board will initiate appointments in January in which 4 members shall serve, the sheriff's office, state police, blah, blah, blah. 3 members shall serve for 1 year, and that includes the citizen at large.
Similar to how you treat your McCullough board, there's something in their bylaws that they can appoint, so therefore they don't have to come to you. Isn't that like the newest thing from the attorney?
That's what I was thinking.
So that's how I plan to leave it. I was
Okay.
just.
Okay, so you don't need any action from us.
I don't
you
need
just
any
wanted us to
action
be-
on that.
Okay.
Just clarifying, because I thought it was odd that we had an old one.
Yeah.
But we'll just move forward with, that's what the bylaws have.
Okay.
The other thing that I wanted to bring up is that we have, hopefully a new hire coming in. So we have somebody leaving in January. I would like to hire somebody in December. So we would need to pay that person also. So it's an additional personnel cost. In hopes we can get somebody in December. So I spoke with April and we figured out about 2,500 to 3,000.
Yeah, we said on the low side, if it was a couple weeks, it was 2,000. If it's just under 2,000, if it was gonna be 3 weeks or more, it'd be about 3,000. So we said it could be an expense on the 911 general fund, basically, or
Fund
911 fund balance of up to about $3,000 for that.
So can we
alongside
make a
training.
motion not to exceed like 3,500 then? or 3,000? What is the,
Yeah,
is that what you're looking?
that's what we're looking for. Yes, that's what we believe
Is
is
that what the number you
approximately.
gave? 3,000 was the high. Yeah.
3,000.
Okay.
I'd make the motion to accept the new hire training person up to that 3,000 limit.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
No.
Bob? Roll call, please.
Pelletier,
Yes.
LaRose,
Yes.
DeBrent,
Yes.
Hardee's.
Yes.
The other thing that I want to mention is that with all this discussion today and wages and budgets, that about 7 months ago, almost to this day, you guys voted, 3 of you voted to remove the retiree health insurance. So
Here we go again.
yeah, as, I just want to say that, you know, this kind of confirms to me that it wasn't just about money, that it was really personal, and it's really sad to see that, that was a life-changing decision to the 11 of us, and it's really disappointing. Now you guys show you have all these balances and money around, and if it was truly about money, I don't know why this didn't come up at that time, so just disappointed to see that.
Resolution 2025-15 on the community corrections grant approval.
She was here, but she had to leave, family emergency. This is through NEMCOG. So, every year we have the community corrections grant application that we have to apply with, NEMCOG for this. And she goes to the corrections and she works programs with the inmates there to help them. So there's this resolution that has to pass with the board. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Whereas the Northeast Michigan Council of Governments, NEMCOG, serves as the fiscal agent and program manager for the Northeast Michigan Community Corrections Advisory Board, and NEMCAB strongly desires to provide community corrections programs and services in Northeast Michigan. And NEMCOG has worked with the Office of Community Corrections and members of the NEMCABs to develop a fiscal 26 community corrections grant application for the NEMCAB, and the fiscal 26 community corrections grant application has been prepared by NEMCOG in the amount of $221,000 for community corrections programs and services in the counties of Alcona, Alpena, Sheboygan, Crawford, Montmorency, and Otsego. Whereas the Northeast Michigan Community Corrections Advisory Board approves this grant application and recommends its approval by the member counties. Therefore, be it resolved that the County of Montmorency Board of Commissioners approves the fiscal 26 community corrections grant application for the annual amount of $221,000 for programs and services.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2025-15.
Motion and support. Any discussion? No? Roll call, please.
LaRose,
Yes.
DeBrent,
Yes.
Hardee's,
Yes.
Pelletier.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-16 to establish a self-insured retention reserve fund with the MRMA for liability insurance. We discussed this at the last meeting. I'd make the motion to. Finishing up the last one.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I would make the motion to accept resolution 2025-16. The resolution to establish a self-insured retention SIR fund with MRMA for liability insurance. Is there support?
I'll second that.
We have motion and support discussion.
I do, actually, I was not at the last meeting, so I was wondering if you could just fill me in on the conversation that you guys did have related to this, so I can better understand it.
It makes us more self-insured. Go ahead.
Yeah, like what is this doing? I guess?
Okay, so currently we're part of state pool membership for our MRMA, which means that we are part of their liability pool, meaning that when we have a claim on us for the county, it goes to the pool and we pay $25,000 annually to that retention fund, okay? And at the end of the year, their calendar year, if we have a lot of liability that we've used, it stays there. If we haven't, and other counties that are in the pool haven't as well, they distribute money back to us, right? So it's based on all the pool members. It's not just us. So we put in $25,000 in there regardless, but we're only going to get something back if all counties are not having high liability. Chris presented an option to us to go to a self-insured retention fund, which means that we become our own retention fund holder, which we would have to keep a balance of about $43,000 in it. annually, if we didn't have that balance in there, we'd contribute about $21,000. But we wouldn't have to contribute this year because we're taking those distributions that we have from the Myrma grant that we're gonna get and putting it in there right away to fund that, so it's there and used for our liabilities. It dropped our insurance from almost $160,000 to $124,000 annually. We pay, it's a stop loss of $37,500. We don't pay deductibles out of our general fund anymore. It comes right out of that insured retention fund. And basically we can put money in there, but we can also always take money out of there for anything that we needed to do. This is just a resolution saying that we're establishing this as a self-insured retention fund, and that we're going to keep that minimum balance, and that nothing's going to come out of that retention fund without board approval.
If something happens where we had to draw on that fund and it dropped below 45,
we would put money into it.
Is there like a time period, like you? don't get
Every
penalized?
renewal insurance, they'll tell you how much you have to put into it. So if we
So
drop.
there's no
to a-
penalty
No.
if you did fall below, you just have to then reconcile that.
Yep.
So this is the money that we're putting into that pool.
This is just protecting it, saying that that money's going in there and we're using it for our liabilities. And we won't take money out of it unless the board's made a motion to do something with that excess.
Okay.
Just got a question on that. How does that work? So if, I don't know, if the building burns down, I mean, how being self-insured, what is that?
It's still covered by insurance company. We just don't, we're at a stop loss of $37,500. So we don't have to, we're not gonna pay that full amount. You have that stop loss. So if we had
Up to that amount? the
for
37?
everything, like that's the stop loss. We're never gonna pay
Oh,
more than
okay.
$37,500 for the year.
Okay, I just wondered.
Any further questions? Roll call, Cheryl.
DeBrant,
Yes.
Hardee's,
Yes.
Pelletier,
Yes.
Rose.
The animal shelter fiscal year 26 contract. This last year's, correct?
I updated it for the fiscal 26 numbers or dates, and I presented it to Pauline, and she has to be on the agenda to discuss changes she wants to request.
I'm Pauline Hancock. I'm the director of the Elk Country Animal Shelter here in Atlanta, Montmorency County.
I'm Rhiannon Neester. I'm the secretary on the board.
We're here because we would like to see some changes made in our contract, monetary changes. Just to let you know a little history about us or what we're doing. We do a lot for the community. We do a lot for Montmorency County, which is not what the county contracts us for, but we are tremendous service here with our spay and neuter programs. We do at least 70 spay and neuters a month, trying to reduce the overpopulation of the cats, of the dogs. We're currently at full capacity. The sheriff's department may have noticed that we have a wire crate for an intake instead of a regular kennel because we don't have enough room. The minimum wage has gone up in Michigan several times this year and will go up again and will go up again in 2026. And that's what we pay is minimum wage. And we have a lot of hard workers and we're very fortunate for the people we have. We also contract with Oscoda County. Their contract, Montmorency contract, kind of mirror each other. The wording may be different, but it is basically the same contract. They are a poorer county than Montmorency. They actually have a ACO officer and an animal control truck. And they drive that distance from Mayo, Fairview, parts of Lewiston, all the way to the shelter to bring us a stray dog. And that's what we do for Montmorency and Oscoda. We take in the stray dogs We house them for 4 days and then we start processing them for getting them ready for adoption. We also take in any neglect case, abuse case. We do that also. So we're always there for both counties we serve. Oscoda County currently pays us $800 a month. Montmorency County pays us $500 a month. In the contract, it's worded different, but it's the same thing. We would like to get $1,000 a month from Montmorency County. And I don't think that's asking a lot for what we do, and we're struggling to keep going. And I think without the shelter, there would be a lot of problems in this county. I know the sheriff's department only picks up dogs, but there is an awful cat problem that we've been working tirelessly for years to try to make a difference in the county, whether it's own animals, feral cats, we spay and neuter those too. And that's all on, sometimes our dime. We don't make much. Most of the animals that we do monthly are owned animals that we provide service for the community, our community. And we're just trying to make the animals healthier, not reproducing, and not transmitting diseases. And we're trying to make a healthier environment and less ones running the street. And I think that's not much to pay for what we do for the county.
So how many animals have you seen that we pay the $10 per day this year?
None.
What did you, just out of curiosity, so how many animals did Oscoda?
Oscoda, we took in from Oscoda 22 and Montmorency 69. Currently, we have 7 from Oscoda still in our building and 12 from Montmorency still in our building.
That's for 2025.
Yes.
So right now we have $11,000 budgeted. That's considering we were doing the 6,000. So you're asking us to double that.
Yes.
Plus keep the $10 per day or just the straight 12,000?
Keep the $10 per day.
In 2025, we didn't use any of that.
No.
Any other information?
You're talking about the, when you first stepped up, you said you wanted to go up $1,000 per quarter?
Per month. 1,000 a month.
A month.
And I know it's doubling it, but we worked and did this job for many years and never got paid. So we have kind of fought tooth and nail to even get the money we get now. And with Oscoda, never questioning anything, they sign the contract, they pay us every month, and they like us, we like them.
Well, Oscoda's wages, will that go up too, or are they gonna stay at 800?
They're going to go up to.
What are they going to?
They're gonna go to 9.
Just real quick, I obviously, like Pauline said, we've obviously worked with them for ever. Since the jail stopped taking care of the dogs, the shelter's taking care of the dogs, and $12,000 a year for obviously the amount of animals they're taking care of for us is, in my opinion, well worth it. Number 2, there is no other opportunity, and that's why they house with Oscoda County as well. So I guess as they have such a valuable service that we cannot find anywhere else, one in the county, and two, now you would be trying to find, we'd be doing what Esco would be doing, is trying to find a service outside of our county, outside of our control and capabilities. So they have been fantastic with us when we've had injured, sick animals. They've helped us with traps, actually going out with us and capturing the animals. So they're worth every penny of a $12,000 a year. So
I second that. I've worked with Pauline for a long time. And they do way more than we pay for.
Yeah.
They don't ask for payment on those things. A lot of things you're not even aware of. They go way above and beyond the animal discount.
Thank you.
Any questions of Paul?
You're in essence asking for double what we were giving you.
Yes.
And there's $11,000 right now budgeted.
Yeah.
And to kind of put it in perspective, to go over some of the things that the shelter does provide for the community, a lot of public health and safety, like she said, the stray population. Then there's also disease. They control that, the animal cruelty cases they take in. There's community and economic benefits. We're boosting the local economy. We're helping, the people who we employ, we help them, but we're also helping the people that are struggling to take care of their animals, to get them cared for so they're not reproducing or getting sick and making the situation worse. We also offer the spay and neuter program that we've been doing and a lot of humane education out for the public so they're more aware, so we can try to just better educate them on what we are doing, because there's a lot that we do that isn't seen behind the curtain. And that's pretty much it.
So the $11,000 that's budgeted includes what?
It's the 6,000 contract plus 5,000 put aside for, we will pay them $10 a day for any animal that are court seized. So if they take on an animal that was taken by court requirement, then we pay them $10 a day for those animals. So that 5,000 is budgeted for those costs that could occur.
And that did not occur in the last year.
No, it did the previous year, but not last year. Can you tell the board what other revenues you seek, like you charge for services and things like that, just so they have an idea?
We do charge for spay and neuter. It's all low cost.
Vaccines,
nail trim, grooming, boarding. We have a food pantry for those people that need food. We're always there to help people keep their pets rather than turn them into us, and we also, on occasion, through our discretion, take an animal surrender. We do a lot there. We're extremely busy. And asking for, I know it sounds like asking twice as much is astronomical, but it's a drop in the bucket for what we go through. And I don't think it's unfair. And like I said, we went for years not getting a dime. And now we're getting paid for our services, and that's exactly what it is. It is a service, a contract that we perform for the county.
What has been our high for when we did that?
I have to look.
Oh.
Do you have a budget for like what your revenues and expenditures are for each year that you could give them, so they have an idea what your working budget is? And also why higher amount than Oscoda would pay? Why wouldn't they get the same $1,000 if they're coming out of county? Like, just what your current budget is for like revenues and expenditures annually, like what that looks like for you guys, so that they have an idea how much you bring in for revenue every year and how much you spend out, and then why Oscoda is only going to 900. Why wouldn't you ask for more from them? I'm just asking.
Because they bring in less animals from us. That would be why were they paying more when Montmorency County was paying less? So,
Because we're within the county, that's why we're asking that question, because they're coming out of the county to utilize our services.
our services,
Yeah,
yes.
but they're gonna ask for budget, like.
Yeah, so
revenue
like,
expenditures.
and we do have those reports, and like, so Oscoda, they're paying that 800 or 900 gonna be a month, but they might not be using that full 900 a month, because they might only bring in 2 animals that month. But with this county, we're asking for the money because this county is supposed to support the animal shelter, and so that way we can give back to the community, because if we don't have this money, we won't be able to do any of this. And there will be all these losses that I think people don't really realize because of all the work that's done behind closed doors.
Commissioner Hardy, you mentioned something about the costs we've had in terms of the court and animal control. Sometimes it comes to litigation as criminal cases. And when it does, we do get assessed fees if I don't know if it's $10 a day, when we send the animals over there for protection and care and upkeep. And our attempt every time is to incorporate those fines, those expenses as restitution required by the criminal defendant. They don't always have the most collectability. Sometimes we get it, and I think we still have like one that was over 18,000 or 20,000. Still trying to collect on it, but it's a critical need for our courts when we have a situation where there's an animal cruelty case, and we do our best to try to recover those fees for the county when we can. I do think it's important to have that potential $5,000 in the budget for an expense that didn't get incurred in 2025, but maybe incurred in 2026, because potential expenses do happen. So I think that's important to maintain, and I certainly support her request as well. But I just want to let you know, on the court side, we do incur those expenses that the county ends up paying as part of this, but we also try to recover it for you when we can. We don't always have great success, but we do try.
I'll make a motion to accept the agreement for the animal shelter services with a contribution of $1,000 per month from Montmorency County.
With no extra.
With the $10 per day, plus the $10 per day. Adjusting.
So the quarterly amount would be $3,000. You're just still doing quarterly? Or?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can still do quarterly. I was just looking at that, yeah. So that can be $3,000 quarterly, plus the $10 per animal per day for the statutorily seized animals. That, Cheryl?
I just gotta change the monthly to quarterly alone.
Yep.
We have support.
I'll second it.
Motion and support. Discussion? Roll call. Hardee's?
Yes.
Peltier?
Yes.
LaRose?
Yes.
DeBrent?
Yes.
Passes.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You guys do good work.
Thank you.
The additional credit card approval with Alpena Alcona Area Credit Union.
I'll speak on this. So the proposed policy, new policy is going to be, it states for 5 credit cards for the entire county. So to be proactive, it's not an overnight thing. Me and April talked about it. I went over to the credit union to get those opened up. They have a lot of new policies at the credit union. So now their new policy is that only 1 credit card per person on the account. Now we already have one opened, so that's grandfathered in. But there's 3 people currently on the Alpena Alcona accounts, myself, my chief deputy, and April. So that means that only 3 additional cards can be open. I just want the board to be aware of that the proposed policy that's at legal right now says 5. We're only able to do 4 at the credit union at this time. I still think that that's moving forward, it's still forward progress. And in the future, we can look at something else to maybe match that policy to be 5 credit cards. But in the meantime, in order to even start the process, I have to have it on official meeting minutes to approve opening 3 new credit cards.
I'd make that motion to add the additional 3 credit cards for a total of 4.
Correct.
I'll second.
With the Alpena area.
And I could update the policy to state 4.
Sure,
Yeah,
that's fine
update
too.
The policy to state 4.
Sorry, who are the 4 card holders going to be then?
So the first one is grandfathered in, it's under Montmorency County. Card 2, 3, and 4 will be under myself, my chief deputy, and April. I did confirm that all 4 cards will have different numbers on them. We had talked about that for accounting purposes, and then the 3 new cards will have my name, Elizabeth's name, and April's name on them. However, it's not holding us responsible to that card at all. It's still a Montmorency County card. I don't like the idea, but it's their policy.
Who are the other 2 already named? Are the other 2?
No,
Or
our
one?
first
I'm sorry,
one,
the first one, what's
our
the-
first one's grandfathered in, and the card just says Montmorency County. That's how they used to do business credit cards. Changes.
I'm writing the names.
Probably more. The Building Board of Appeal appointments.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, you gotta vote.
You gotta vote.
You gotta vote on it.
It's been a long day.
We can all in favor say yes? Yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no? Motion passes.
Before you move on to the next one, you said 12,000 total for the contract, plus leave 5,000 in there for animal shelter.
Yes,
On the
because she said
budget.
it.
Yeah, because I said leave the $10 per day, so if you're assuming.
So I have to add 6 grand. So we're gonna have to adjust those numbers then. The budget. I just wanted to put that in there really quick. You can move on now. I just wanted to, I can give Cheryl new numbers and you can amend that motion, Cheryl, that work.
So this is the county, this is the Building Board of Appeals appointments. How often do we do this? Just once a year?
Every 3 years.
Every 3 years. The terms of 5 members of the Montmorency County Building Board of Appeals expired on October 31st, 2025. It is recommended that the following 6 individuals be appointed for a 3-year term. Okay, effective November 2025 through October 31st, 2028. Brad Arnold, licensed electrician. Bill Vogt, zoning official. Doug Kenyon, general contractor. Greg
Janiga.
Oh, no, I always say it wrong. Okay. Janica, plumbing and mechanical. Sean Seaver, general contractor. Alan Klein, plumbing and mechanical. The recommendation is to approve the appointments listed above. And who got these names?
The building inspector.
Okay.
Are these all the existing?
5 that are existing. The new one is Alan Klein.
I make a motion to appoint for a 3-year term effective November 1st, 2025 through October 31st, 2028, the names as listed.
I'll second.
Montmorency County Building Board of Appeals. Motion and a second, discussion. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Without exception.
Nope. Amend. I need you to amend.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We need to amend the original finalized proposed budget figures for the public hearing.
The expenditure number would now be 5,000, we wish. $5,672,930.38.
That's on your expense side?
Yep.
Yep, and that's to accommodate for the contract adjustment for the.
Who's making the motion to amend?
I'll make that motion to amend. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is this a new motion for that budget? to adapt, to approve that budget, or is this just amending that one number within that budget?
Amending that one number.
That's amending the number. So, well, I guess then we need roll call because it'll be the one.
Beltier,
Yes.
LaRose,
Yes.
Brent. Hardee's,
Yes. We'll adjourn without objection and one.
Make sure when you guys put your thing that it's a full day.
1, 2, 3.
You'll get the 120. You'll get the 120 for today instead of reminding you now, so I don't forget.